Defending the voiceless, the wrongly accused, facing the foe whose motives are abused. In the courtroom battlefield, they'll stand tall, unveiling corruption, they'll conquer it all. Against the corrupt prosecutors' wrath, with words like weapons cutting like a path, challenging the system that's filled with lies, seeking truth with justice in their eyes.
Oh, hey, hello. Sorry. Oh, welcome everybody to Trial Watch. Obviously, I am not Nick. Nick is indisposed at the moment, but I am going to be bringing you the trial. The trial is ready to go. Let's see where we are. We are live in the courtroom. So I am going to bring that up when we actually have, you can see it here. We have really nothing going on. It's just we're staring at the seal. But welcome, everybody. Welcome to Nick Staro's Trial Watch with a young thug. What is that, 109 days? This is amazing. 109 days. This is the most ridiculous trial I've ever heard of. There we go. Let's get jingles going. And, but yeah, welcome. I don't know who's all in the chat. Say hi if you are. Otherwise, we're going to sit back and watch. I might be in and out. It's the other Nick, not the real Nick all along. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Well, you know, I just got back from Sweden and Denmark, and so I feel like an honorary Swede. Here we go. Why can't I hear?
And Laura, you can go ahead. All right. Good morning, Mr. Floyd. Haven't seen you here yet.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's nice to see you.
You too.
It's boosted.
Thank you.
All right, so I wanted us to gather before the jury is here to discuss the proposed potential jury instructions that we're going to give, that I'm going to give as we restart. And of course, some of them got sent over last night, Sunday at 8 or so. So they did not get seen and then forwarded to me until this morning. So I'm just now getting a chance to look at some of these instructions, which is why we've got this couple of hours to work on them. So let me get those pulled up.
Your Honor, I'm going to pass up one as well.
Okay.
The state's passing to the court one as well, different than the one we sent to the court on Friday.
Is this supposed to be a substitute or an
Yes.
addition?
Substitute.
Your Honor.
So just.
Of course,
can
why
you
not
email it
substitute
as
last
well
minute?
so that we can.
I did. Ms. Percival should have it.
Hey, all
It
in
was
the
just
chat.
this morning.
Welcome, welcome. I am Nick for now.
If you don't, please.
And did you provide it to the defense as well?
Yes, Your Honor, of course.
Okay.
And you have apologies for the late delivery. This issue came up while I was out of the country. I turned to it as soon as I got back.
Okay. Everybody make sure you try to talk into your mics and also speak loudly so that everybody throughout the room can hear what's being said. Thank you.
I'll just repeat it because someone said they couldn't hear. I apologize for the 11th hour delivery. This issue came up while I was out of the country and I turned to it as soon as I returned. early Saturday morning.
Yes, just call me the younger. That'll work.
All right, so I mean, I'm just on page one of 3 pages of, well, 2 pages of the state's proposed instruction. I'm sure it's going to take the defense a second to get through all of it as well. I'm not sure, just on first blush, I'm not sure that I want to be this detailed in telling them all of the intricacies of RICO. What I'm trying to ensure at the defense request, which I think is a reasonable one, is that they understand how to consider whatever evidence comes in when they're considering RICO versus when they're considering the remaining counts in the indictment. So I don't know that we need quite this much detail. But I think between Mr. Harvey's and the states, we can cull something valuable from each and formulate an instruction that helps guide the jury.
Your Honor, I erred on the side of inclusion because given the time frame you're under, I thought it'd be easier to delete than to try to craft.
Absolutely,
new
yeah. I mean,
things.
it's no problem.
Yep.
All right. And then we also have the instruction about how to consider and what part or parts of Mr. Copeland's testimony not to consider if he does end up testifying. And I think there's only have y'all come to any agreement about that?
Yeah, I think the state submitted, after Mr. Steele submitted his proposed.
That's a no. Just say no.
Instruction, we submitted one that
Just say no. You haven't come to an agreement. Answer the question.
sort of altered it a little bit. We haven't yet, after that, we haven't agreed on anything beyond that. I think he just
There you go.
disagreed
No.
with.
Hey,
Okay.
Dunk.
So no.
Sorry, if you guys don't know who I am MLS. I'm a Michigan attorney. And from time to time, I make pretend that I'm Nick. But welcome all. Nick will be here. I don't know where he's at. I think he's still a computer issue. I think his computer's still gone. He asked me to go live for him. So that's what I'm doing. Throw your questions in the chat. Throw your snark in the chat. I'd be happy to pull it up. But it's too big to say no. Yeah, no, that's definitely the issue. Yeah, I know. It was a yes or no question, right? Do you have an agreement? Let me talk for 10 minutes and then say no. Most of you are new people, and I don't know all of you, but hello, hello, hello. Less hair, Nick. Well, he has more hair down here. You know, I have more, or he has more hair up here. I have more hair down, or he has more hair everywhere. Yeah, just everywhere. Yeah. Just a hairy man. Oh, yeah, it's my microphone. I do have court today. I can't stick around the whole day. Nick messaged me when I got off the airplane and said, "Can I go live for him?" And then I said, "Sure. What time are you joining?" He hasn't responded. So it might just end up being something like this, just hanging out for a bit. Yeah. Good morning from Michigan. Steve, welcome. New Zealand, huh? All over the world. All over the world. That's the thing. So I met up with the Broken Baker and Matt's, who maybe Matt's has been in this chat, maybe he hasn't. I don't know. Saturday, yesterday, 2 days ago. And it's funny that the Broken Bakery is in Denmark. And we were just talking about the people we meet on YouTube from all over the world. And although I believe I live the furthest from him, I have seen him in person the most out of anyone else.
This computer has not updated since the 8th. And so even though when I was in my chambers, everything was here, nothing is here right now on this computer. So that's complicating things a bit.
Nothing like being prepared, Judge.
So I think I may just have to, turn it off and turn it back on and see if that works.
You know, when I accepted the
That's what I'm
request
about to do.
from Nick Jung, I thought, you know what, this is a good opportunity to get back into trial streaming, at least for.
In the meantime, y'all can be looking at what each other has submitted, and somebody wants to propose a way to integrate them, that would be great. It's going to take me a few minutes to get everything turned back on again and hope that that works.
This is going to be so tedious. This morning is going to be so tedious. They're going over jury instructions, right? And so the thes and the us and the commas and everything, they're going to be bickering over all of this. It's going to be so tedious. Who's the bald dude at prosecutor's table? That's a good question. I don't know. I've been following the case, but not the players, if that makes sense. Anyone know who the bald dude is at the prosecutor's table?
Thank you.
I wish I had more information for you all. Oh yeah, they switched out the one usually.
All right, with regard to, I think I can at least work off the paper for Mr. Copeland's potential instructions. Y'all agree about the time after which his testimony and evidence that came in during that testimony isn't to be considered? And it was like 3 p.m., whatever date. Do y'all know whether that happened to be the last break for that day? Because I'm just thinking when I'm telling them, okay, disregard everything after this point in time, it would help if they have a kind of a reference, not to 3 p.m., but to, it's the final break of whatever day it was, Thursday, or we'll also have to figure out which day it was, because that probably will tell them more than June 12th. So what was June 12th? Wednesday. Okay, thank you. Anybody know whether 3 p.m. was the last break of the day for the jury, at least? Because that's when y'all argued the motion to recuse, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you did that, and then the jury came back and had a couple more hours of testimony that they heard, right?
Yeah, I presented
Yeah.
the motion to the judge. He
Yeah.
stepped off the bench and considered and came back. I don't know, though, whether we had an additional break after that point. Your
Okay,
Honor.
I mean, I know I looked at it as well, but I haven't looked at it, in the last couple of days. 3 p.m.
Did it pause? Oh, it did pause. Sorry. It's like, what happened?
If so,
So apparently the jury's supposed to be back today. Who thinks the jury's been watching this on YouTube or elsewhere.
All right, if somebody
Put a 1 in the
doesn't
chat if you
mind,
think
if
the
you've
jury's
got it
been
at your
watching it. 2 if you
fingertips,
don't.
doing
think
a
it's been.
quick look at that transcript and see whether that happens to be the last
I'll go
one.
first.
We're looking.
Thank you. And I'll try to get signed back on in the meantime.
Yeah, they've definitely been watching this. They know what's going on. I mean, it's in the newspapers, it's, television news, it's on YouTube. They've definitely been seeing this. Jung. Oh, Jung, the ever naive. That was me chatting. That wasn't Nick. If I chat in here, it looks like Nick. Perhaps not the trial itself, but they heard news about it. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. I know, right? Are those the type of people that you want judging this case? The ones that like sit in a basement under a rock for what's it been? 6 weeks or something? Yeah. I'm running his channel. Even if I'm not running his channel, it's funny. If I'm on as a guest and I chat in here, it makes it look like him, which is fun sometimes. A year. No, I meant since the their summer break. 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, it's been something like that. Are there only 2 alternates left? Did Law and Crim lie to me? So there's only 14 people then? 4 have been removed. Is that my understanding? Or is that your understanding? All right. I'm going to take this opportunity because we were a few seconds behind. Let's skip up. All right. Now we're live.
Your Honor, we were able to determine that it was the last break of the day. The-
Great, thanks.
They got their back to school clothes. They got new notepads and they got their lunch money.
All right, since that's what I'm looking at right now is the instructions about Mr. Copeland. If everybody wants to turn to that one, we'll try to hammer that one out. And I
What time is it? In?
think I'm maybe looking at the states, and y'all had the 2 different proposed instructions. I guess one of them is if he doesn't testify at all, is the top one. Well, if we're disregarding all of his testimony. Persefield put together, if he decides he's not going to testify, then obviously we're going to tell him or tell the jury disregard everything about his testimony and any evidence that was introduced during his testimony.
Would that be before? Would Your Honor consider adding unless and until he decides or?
No, because if he
testifies again?
decide, I mean, yes, I would consider it, and no, I don't want to do it. Because if he decides that he's going to, then we'll tell him at that point, okay, we've got him back, and now here's what you can consider. But I mean, there's no point in trying to sort out, the possibility of that because it's not an eventuality. So we'll just, at this stage, don't consider anything. And then if it changes, and I'll instruct them about what's appropriate then.
How many lives in buffering will we see from Lump today? We'll see a lot of buffering from her. Lives? You mean lies? All of it. All of it is lies. The hard pink is out for fall. Is pink a fall color? Are you trying to recapture some of the summer with the pink? Is that the idea? I usually watch this on like I'm back behind. I'm not live, and then I'm watching it on like 1.5 speed. So Love doesn't seem that buffery, but she seems to be a lot now watching it live.
All right, and so I think that one is going to be pretty simple. What I would propose to say in the event that we don't have Mr. Copeland retake the stand, I'm just going to say, before the break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I instructed and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. And then if he decides he wants to come back later and testify, we'll tell him the details about what parts they can and can't consider. Anybody have an objection to that?
Your Honor, the state would object to them being told to disregard. Once they're told to disregard it, it's that they are putting it out of their mind. And then if they have to come back later on and the court has to tell them, well, put it back in your mind, we would.
Okay, I understand the objection and I overrule it. And in fact, I think I'll borrow your language about put it out of your minds completely.
This is interesting. This is the first time I've heard the prosecutor's objection get overruled in this case. But she's taken her language and is going to use it.
I'm thinking as I type, but let me get it down on paper. And this might fix some of what you're objecting about.
So Nick originally had this set for 8:30, and he asked me to go live at 8. So I'm assuming he's going to be joining us
All right.
shortly.
I instruct you and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. Unless you are later instructed differently, you may not consider this evidence at all in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict.
I like it.
Thank you. I'm going to take the silence as no objection from anybody else.
Completely
No
disregard
objection.
the nonsense from that
Thank you.
self-serving coerced
All right.
testimony.
All right. Silence. Okay, state.
Unless you are instructed differently, if the court is not inclined to instruct as we requested regarding unless and until you hear from him again, then if that's the closest we can get to it, then.
All right. That's the closest we're going to get to it. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Now, with regard to if he does take the stand, we're basically restarting the post 3 p.m. June 12th testimony. So we have to sort out. I think that so a question, in order to not only tell them kind of the time period, which is about 3 p.m. on Wednesday, June 13th or June 12th.
This is gonna be like the first week back to school where you like try really hard, you're all excited, you're like, I'm gonna learn my numbers this year and all this stuff. So they'll be paying attention for the first few days.
So that would start, I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony.
See, the problem for this judge is that she's been handed. Sorry, the problem for this judge is she's been handled a giant loose pile of dog shit, and she has to somehow try to shape that into something consistent that the people can actually go off of. She can't just start the trial over. So I don't fault her necessarily for this situation. It wasn't her creation. She's trying to fix it.
Instead of pointing out Mr. Copeland's, just say any evidence or testimony beyond a certain point. He was the only witness that testified, but since the court will be, I guess this is an either or situation. So,
I don't know what you're asking. I'm going to direct them specifically, hey, we're talking about Mr. Copeland's testimony. So then I would say following the last break at about 3 p.m. Wednesday, June 12th, through when you were, through June 17th, when the point in time when you've been in recess. So my question then is, after I say that gives them sort of the time, thoughts as to, so the last thing that he was, or the next topic following the break was he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta blood gang, which I can say just to trigger their, okay, so anything I heard after that, that is what the question was following the break. Any objection to asking that? Or telling them that, just to give them sort of a cue to what the topic was. It has disappeared from my screen, but
Your Honor.
yes.
Excuse me, I believe after the break, the first question by Ms. Hilton was, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL?
Okay.
That was sometime before, just before 4 p.m.
All right, got a poll going. Will Woody testify, plead the fifth, not show up? Where in the world is Nick? I don't know where Nick is. He hasn't even read my messages to him. He's
Any
supposed to be here at
objection
8:30.
to,
we're confirming that, Judge, with respect to the.
okay, assuming that's true. After the break, he was asked, are you familiar with YSL? Everything after that's what you're to disregard. And I'll have you give me the direct quote, but.
And Ms. Hilton, I see that on, just so you can find it, I see that on page 105 of the transcript, approximately line 16, if that helps.
Maybe Nick had a hard,
All right,
hard night partying.
so what he was asked immediately before the break, the last topic was his involvement in the Atlanta blood gang. And then the jury watched those little bits of one of his statements as an inconsistent statement. And then after the break was the YSL question. So just to give them a frame of reference. Any objection to doing that? And we can include the bit before or just the bit after.
That's fine, Your Honor. It does.
All right, and can you read to me what the question was?
It's Have you, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL? Yeah,
All right.
and how far, just that,
I mean, it's everything after that, so.
Your
Pro-
Honor, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we
Yes.
would object to pointing them, referencing them to any specific testimony or question whatsoever after the break. We would ask that they not be.
All right, then how about the concept of the last thing that's okay is this was the last thing he testified to that you can consider.
I think we're saying the same thing. We're fine with that.
That you're fine with, okay.
so would the court be then reading the last question and answer that he gave before the break, when the court says this was the last thing he testified to?
Microphone, please, Ms. Love.
Pull that mic down to you and speak into it. So she's asking, would then the concept be to read the last question and answer? And no, that wasn't really what I was thinking about doing. I was thinking about just saying, this was the topic of his testimony. I mean, if you want to throw out what the last question is and let me think about whether that would in any way help them.
Yes, Your Honor, because I
Okay.
think that otherwise would be,
All right, well, tell me what that is.
to hear when he asked you, this was you? The point at which the court stopped to give Mr. Copeland an earpiece appears to be the last thing that happened without talking about the subject.
Okay, but I want to talk about the subject so that they'll have some concept of what's the last thing they can, and also y'all are wanting me rightfully to take their notes. And so they're going to have to figure out what part of their notes,
The last
or
question,
somebody's going to have to figure out what part of their notes are being taken.
the last question that was asked was, and did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele objected and said, I don't think that's what was said. Ms. Hilton said, I'll play it again one more time for you. And the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And the court asked to see counsel at the bench.
Okay, so what I was proposing was just after he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang ABG. Or after he testified about his involvement, was asked about, I don't know if he did.
So, Your Honor, on page
Yeah.
97, on page 97, before the break, Ms.
Mhm.
Hilton asked, have you ever claimed to be a part of ABG? And the witness said, me. And Ms. Hilton said, Atlanta Blood Gang. He said, never. And then she asked him whether he recalled being interviewed
Gigi.
by the Atlanta Police Department on January the 11th with investigator Thorpe. He said yes. And then at that time, she tendered State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha between 3/29/46 to 3/30/13.
What was the date of that interview?
January the 11th,
Okay.
2015.
Interview with whom?
Detective Thorpe.
Okay.
And she played,
APD?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then she played a portion of it, 3/29/46 to 3/30/13. Mr. Shart objected. It was overruled and a portion was played. Ms. Hilton then said that she asked, was he ever a part of ABG? And we went back to that particular portion of the statement. There was an objection and the objection was overruled. Mr. Steele's objection was overruled. again, Ms. Hilton asked, did you hear when he asked you, he being Detective Thorpe, asked you, Mr. Copeland, you left ABG? And you said, yes. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland said, he asked me, what? Ms. Hilton said, did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele said, I don't think that's what was said. I object to the statements. Ms. Hilton then said, I'll play it one more time for you. That's when the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And
Okay. All right. So then what I would propose is I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th, 2024, which was the last break for that day. That is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came, hang on, that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department.
okay.
That's
All
fine
right.
with us.
And,
All right, thank you.
and also, Your Honor, the court did mention the notes. I didn't know, I know previously someone suggested storing them, ripping them up, whatever, but if they ever have to re-refer to them, I was curious how the court intended to handle the taking up and storing of those.
Okay,
notes.
so the notes that they are never, ever going to consider, even if he ends up testifying and completing his testimony, is everything that occurred post 3 p.m. June 12th through the end of June 17th. So I won't rip them up at this point. We can decide all of that later, but they'll never get those back to consider, even if he does testify.
Right.
Okay.
I meant the ones that
If he doesn't testify at all
If-
this time around,
if he
then I'll take
does
them all.
testify, if he does testify, there's a portion that the court would then, you're telling him the jury to disregard right now unless they hear something different from you later.
That's if he doesn't testify.
Right.
He
Okay.
gets to make a new decision, a decision anew about whether he wants to testify or be held in contempt. If he wants to be held in contempt or is fine, satisfied with that outcome, then every bit of his testimony gets disregarded. If he comes in and says, yeah, I don't want to, but I will go ahead and testify pursuant to the subpoena and the immunity grant, then they disregard post 3 p.m. the 12th through the 17th. All right. And so then we're going to need to get the notes from them. Anybody have some suggestion as to the best way to do that?
What a disaster. This whole thing is a disaster.
Your Honor, logistically, I can't think of any way other than to rely on the jurors to simply give them to you, not to us. Really no other logistic way to do it.
What time is the jury
All
supposed
right,
to be
so I
in?
may just have them take a short break and figure out what parts of their notes that counts, and then
Yeah, I agree.
y'all care if it may be that they've got,
The trial should
the
have been
morning is
dismissed.
on this part of a page and the afternoon's on this part. So I don't know if we could, pair of scissors
So
and
they
cut
have
off the rest
6
of
minutes
it
to figure this out.
or what, but it's going to take somebody from the court, which is not going to be me. So I'm thinking Miss Percifield, once they hand it, just, confirming that that's everything
Sure.
for each of the jurors. Everybody okay with that?
That's fine with us.
All right. Mr. Harvey, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele. Okay.
I'm with Mr. Adams.
And Ms. Harvey, you still thinking about it? Or are you okay with that? All right. I didn't, you must have said that silently.
Objection for Mr. Ryan.
All right, thank you.
What is that noise? That's not annoying at all. Is that the judge messing with the mic? Yeah, I agree. This case should have been dismissed. Even if it was dismissed without prejudice, meaning that they could bring the charges again, that would be better than carrying on this whole mess. At some point, you just got to step back and be like, all right, let's just start this over. Yeah, I know, but there's some reasons why the dismissal could be without prejudice. Defense didn't want to start over without a double jeopardy attaching. Well, that wasn't going to happen.
All right, and then I think, as I mentioned, when we were last together, I'm going to ask if there's anybody who thinks they're not going to be able to disregard that.
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, I say the system is perfect. Our American judicial system is perfect. The problem is that the people that make up the system are not. No person is perfect. But a lot of what we've been seeing lately in these trials that we've been streaming, especially with this particular trial, is everyone is bending over backwards to ignore the perfectly created system that we have. I don't think Love is savvy enough, Gigi, to mastermind some sort of dismissal without prejudice. She might fall bass backwards into it, but I don't think she's savvy enough to plan it ahead of time. And I think what this judge is trying to do is set this, things have been going all kinds of crazy all over the place, and now she's just trying to set a straight path. I don't know. That's my impression of, she hasn't been on the case much, so the little bit that she's been on. We'll see when the testimony starts. We'll see when the evidentiary issues come up. We'll see when the jury is there.
So for that, I'm typing out the words, but I'm essentially just going to ask them, if there are any of you who can't set aside and completely disregard that portion of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in your deliberations, let me know now, and then we'll go from there on that.
Would you give us one moment, please?
Sure.
When Love lays down at night on her flowery bed, closes her eyes, what is she thinking to herself? That's what I want to know. Yeah, Ken, but most of us, that's a very healthy outlook on life. Like, there's very few people, I consider myself one of them, that can admit the flaws and the limitations. But most people don't. and it's probably for ego. Nick is probably driving, heading to New Orleans. When is he supposed to be heading to New Orleans? I haven't been keeping up on his road trip stuff. I was just out stalking at his farm. By the way, if you guys missed that, check out MLS, God of Law. You could check that out. I don't know where a link is. Maybe Gigi could put a link in. But I was in Sweden and Nick was here in the US. I went and stalked his farm. I found his tractor, everyone. I found his tractor. Come on, bring the jury in. Let's get this thing going. I hate that politics are brought into all of this. That's what I usually tell my wife, Ken. And that's what I'll tell my next wife. Welcome, everybody new. I see 98 of us watching. I think that's right. Nick is MIA. He's asked me to start streaming this trial for him. He didn't really give me a time when he's showing up. I hope that soon, because I landed, by the way, I just got back from Sweden and Denmark, and I landed in Detroit last night I got home at like 11 p.m. Eastern. And I get all these messages from Nick asking me to start this. So I was not prepared. I have court today, so I'm hoping he gets here.
Your Honor. After conferring with other co-defendants attorneys, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we're suggesting that question not be asked at all.
Okay.
There are other members who represent other individuals who believe it should be asked, and so there's no consensus amongst the attorneys as to whether that question should be asked. But our position for Mr. Williams is that it should not be.
All right, and why is that?
We simply don't believe it's necessary. We don't think that it's necessary to draw the jury's attention. We presume that they can follow the court's instructions. And so we just don't believe it's necessary.
All right, well, I agree that it's not necessary. I'm doing it as a cautionary measure so that if there is anybody that can't do it, that we just go ahead and find that out now.
I understand.
All right, so I'm going to ask that over objection. Okay.
Salvador.
All right, so then the next thing we need to do is the kind of RICO 105 instruction, if you will. So I think that we had a proposal by the state and a proposal by the defense sent by Mr. Harvey. And I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look at each other's, but let's come up with one that's consolidated that is helpful to the jury.
Nick has gone gang. Yeah, that's it. So Nick went to Atlanta, joined a gang. We'll never hear from him again.
Your Honor, for the state, we do not agree to Mr. Harvey's proposal. I think that was hashed out fairly well on Thursday. I have a couple of supplementary points if you want to hear that.
It was not hashed out on Thursday at all.
Yeah. So
You-
So the defense can file what's called an interlocutory appeal, which is while the trial is pending, they can appeal something. Usually you need leave from the court to do that. Rare cases you don't necessarily, but such as the recusal part, you don't need to get leave from the court to appeal that. But generally you need leave from the court.
Kind of,
Permission. from the
yeah,
court.
no,
Okay,
there was nothing even close to anything final on that on Thursday.
Understood. I did watch the video. If the court doesn't consider it hashed out, then it's not hashed out and we're ready for the hashing.
Okay, that's what we're gonna be doing today.
Okay.
I think I just maybe gave up on Thursday. All right, let me get those both pulled up.
You think if Woody didn't show up, we would already have heard? Is he supposed to be testifying today? Is that like scheduled? Everyone says that he's going to be testifying today. Georgia law seems sketchy.
In fact, I don't even think we got Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction until, or at least the one
Oh,
I'm
okay.
looking at now, until over the weekend.
But they could call witnesses out of turn with the court's permission if they wanted to.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, that just came late Sunday night, but I think Mr. Harvey, yours didn't, the one you're proposing now didn't come over until Sunday night either. So I don't know what it is that you think we hashed out on Thursday, maybe something entirely separate.
Yeah, but just because he's technically on the stand right now doesn't mean that he'll be pulled up as soon as the jury gets in.
That should have started the conversation and prompted the state to give you what we gave them on the 8th. This is what we have in hand, but we'll
See, that seems better. That seems more accurate. So the jury was supposed to be out 8 minutes ago. Yes, all hit the like button. Tell your friends. Share this wonderful stream with me. Only here temporarily. And then we're back to Nick. Who is Baldy Guy? I know someone was asking about that earlier. We don't know who Baldy Guy is. Does he know that his head is all over the world now? Thank you, Gigi, for sharing my link. You don't have to subscribe. I'm not streaming anything, but occasionally I put up fun videos, like when I show up at Nick's farm and he's not home. I think the stream is titled MLS Visits a Farm or Goes to a Farm or something like that. So if you want to check that out. Let's see if Nick is driving through Jackson here. I hope he stays very watchful when stopping for gas. Nick's a big guy. I don't know if anyone's going to approach him. Nick is like 2 heads taller than me.
But the Is, Mr. Floyd, the copy that you handed up this morning, has that been emailed in any way? Okay, that, I can, I'm having a hard time finding that even on email. Email this one, that's Mr. Floyd's, I guess, right now, so we can pull
I
that
need
up.
to block
Does
Aaron
the
Olivia
defense have
somehow.
this one that's got the style of the case on it? That's Mr. Floyd's?
Your Honor, can the state tell us exactly what time they sent their last version so that we know we're working from the same thing?
Honestly, I'm having them resend it to me right now because I can't find it. So please resend it to everybody.
Thank you.
I don't think they did either. And then
Wait, did Nick
that's the
post
one
the
we'll be
short?
working off from the state.
When did he post this short?
So just for clarity, number
Yeah.
one, we've given the defense counsel a hard copy.
Yeah.
I understand the email before the email again. There is only one version. There haven't been multiple versions distributed.
I was just watching Nick Short on his road trip channel where he appears to be lost. 43 minutes ago, leaving Houston. Oh my God,
That is
Nick.
the proposed instruction from Mr. Harvey that was sent Sunday evening.
Are you joining your live stream, Nick? Oh, Nick.
I just reported to Ms. Percival.
Okay.
Only sent at 7:38 a.m. It does not have the style of the case. It's the exact.
Okay.
And we are
Yeah, he posted that 44 minutes ago. He posted that he was leaving Houston on the road. Nick is lost. Yeah. he's like, oh, neighborhood. This will be fine. Go through here.
Was sent yesterday evening.
Nick shows back
It
up with some
is titled Limiting
tattoos.
Instructions sent 8/11/2024.
Understood. I was just
I mean, if you want a hard copy, it's just one page. Ms. Percival, is your computer hooked up to this printer? Can you just send it to print and I'll hand them one?
I don't know if I want to trust Nick's stream to you, Dolly Talk. You got a great record of success. Yeah, you haven't ended streams early or anything. Yes. Yes, that's exactly right. The guitar solo on Freebird. Yeah. Speed limits don't apply then, especially in Texas. All right. It's apparent that Nick he's giving me like no instructions. He's just like, hey, can you go live for me? So I might have to actually bow out. I'll keep it going. I'll just let the stream go, but you won't see my beautiful face. I think I'm gonna keep the avatar though, because otherwise I think Mr. Jingle's covering up everything like maybe I won't. Because then it makes it look like I'm here and can respond to stuff. You know, essentially you'll be no host. You guys will be flying solo, but that's all right. You can all entertain yourselves. And Gigi's in the chat. Keep things civil. Thanks, Taz. I will. I've been gone for 11 days, and this is my first day back to work. So I actually have like a lot of work to get caught up on. Everything should continue to operate smoothly.
Generally, the first 4 paragraphs, if you will, of the state's proposed instruction is just kind of a, hey, here's why we're talking about this. Yes.
Mr. Williams, we have some comments on every paragraph, I believe, except paragraph 4 and 5. We do not oppose 4 and 5, but if I can say what the problems are in 1, 2, and 3, since you.
Gonna need you to speak up a little bit more or pick that mic up.
Yeah, man.
Paragraph 1. I don't think that that's appropriate to just start out with that instruction without talking about what the indictment is, not just a charging document, but that there's a presumption of innocence. It's not evidence at all.
All right, let me pause, and I have requested from Judge Glanville's court reporter a copy of the preliminary instructions he gave the jury so that I know what got told to the jury and what didn't. I would have said that at the beginning of a trial, but I'm not sure. I haven't reviewed yet what he told the jury.
Oh yeah, if I'm gonna keep it running. I'm absolutely gonna keep it running. So that's not the issue. The issue is just me not being here to manage anything.
He did.
He did. Okay. So, I mean, I am not going to re-give all of the preliminary instructions. What I'm trying to do is just call the attention. So, I mean, if you want to ditch the part about an indictment, that's fine.
Okay. And then on,
We'll strike that.
and then on second paragraph,
Yeah.
it's sometimes referred to as RICO. It really is sometimes referred to as a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. It's not just this is a RICO conspiracy, not a RICO violation.
Oh, yeah. No, I think that when it says, which is sometimes
All right,
referred
y'all
to
have
as
a good
RICO,
day.
I think they mean the Georgia Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act.
Okay. Paragraph 3, I did not have an objection for.
All
I
right.
did not have an objection.
Okay.
I have objections to others, but. you
Okay,
stopped
I
at 4.
hadn't gotten that far either. All right, so taking a little bit from Mr. Harvey's too to open it up. I'm thinking generally, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the instructions that I'm about to give you apply to the evidence that has already been admitted in this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of the trial, because that would be nice for them to know. And then count 1 in the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's racketeer and blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then at the end of the case, you'll be given detailed instructions about what's required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. At that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other charges, or I'm going to say counts in the indictment, as well as other important principles of law. But today, as we resume this trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of some principles that you may want, some principles to keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions I'll give you at the end of the case. All right, that's as far as I've gotten in consolidating the two of them. All right, so I would think maybe the next thing to say is sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others, just to kind of give them generally, hey, this is what I'm about to tell you all about. Thoughts on that?
I think that's an accurate statement, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
one thought on that.
Yes.
I think the statement you summarized is accurate. My only question is whether you want to add to it something that says, if you have been instructed previously, that is for limited purpose, follow that instruction. If I instruct you in the future or at the end of the case, follow that instruction. It just moors them a little bit to how
Okay.
this works. That's all.
Your Honor, we object to that. We think that it complicates it.
Where are you? The person? Okay.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
Westmoreland, we object to that. We think that it complicates it and it's unnecessary.
I also believe, unless Mr. Floyd can refresh my memory, that there were no instructions given like this at all.
Okay. I think what you propose would be true. I don't know that there's been any limiting instruction given. I don't think that there has been. Somebody can correct me, but and I'm about to hone them in on for this particular purpose. So I think that it's probably cleaner without that. I appreciate the thought though.
Understood. And I assume then that if you decide to give such a specific instruction, you'll just tell them at that time, follow my
Here's one of those
instruction,
examples.
and that would work fine for us.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I am thinking that with regard to the remainder of the state's proposed instructions, this is more detailed than I want to give them at this point in time. This is not the purpose of this set of instructions. So I may kind of move to Mr. Harvey's for most of what else I say, and then if the state thinks something else really needs to be added, I'll listen to y'all. But I'm thinking something to the effect of, and this is not final, this is me doing it on the fly right now, but I'm thinking something like, in this trial, count 1 charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged with count 1, and since all of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count 1. I don't know where the in count 1 goes, but however, when you are considering the remaining counts, except as I have just instructed you concerning the RICO count, you may only consider the evidence of that count against the defendant or defendants who are charged with that count. You must not consider the evidence. Well, I don't know if I've even thought about this part before, but the rest of Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction is you must not consider evidence related to one count as evidence of a different count. You also must not consider evidence regarding one person as evidence regarding a person uncharged in that count. I don't think we need that part, honestly. All right, so that might be then just the end of those instructions. So the burden, they have been told at the beginning, the burden's always on the state to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. They will be told in detail at the end about the burden. This is not the time for that. Other thoughts? Yes.
Regarding the last part that you thought was not necessary,
Yeah.
I'm just going to draw your attention. Mr. Zachary has asserted in his prior statements that and potentially may assert as he testifies that my client was a part of shooting up some houses as alleged as an overt act in this indictment. He is not listed as an individual in the indictment on that overt act. Additionally, Mr. Zachary and Mr. Cope or Mr. Zachary, I'm sorry, has asserted that my client and he may provide evidence of this from the stand that my client was involved in the Lil Wayne bus shooting. My client is not listed in the indictment as having, it's not alleged that my client committed either of those acts. And so I do believe that that last section is appropriate when the jury has to consider whether my client has committed those acts, because he is not charged with that in the indictment. And I understand there's just overt acts, but they still list who they believe, they put us on notice on who they believe the perpetrators were, and my client is not listed.
It's not listed in count one as to that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Well, when I say count one, he's charged in count one.
Right.
But he's not listed
for
in
the
those-
overt act.
Correct.
Okay, but in that regard, no matter who they're saying we think did this, if they are proving a conspiracy, then it gets considered against all of them with regard to, did this overt act occur, no matter who did it, if it's a member of the conspiracy. So it's not actually true that you can't consider that, but that's not, so that, go
I
ahead.
believe that my stance is they can consider it as to, they can consider all evidence as to whether there is in fact a RICO organization or if people are charged, but ultimately the burden of proof is on them proving
It as they alleged it in the indictment.
as
Yeah.
they allege in the indictment in at least one overt
And
act.
right, and I agree, and I do think that I'm going to give a special verdict that sets forth each of the overt acts and has the jury find them. And Mr. Floyd's looking at me, and he may have something to say about that. And we're probably a long way away from what the final jury instructions are going to be and what the verdict's going to look like. But I do know that we are going to have some sort of a way to determine that the jury found at least one overt act within the RICO statute of limitations in order for them to find it. And I'm not sure of another way to ensure that that was their actual finding, but that's an argument for another day. And I appreciate your objection, and I'm considering it, but I don't think that part of it is necessary.
Just a brief response, Your Honor. I agree. It's not, we're not there yet. And that's the tension in all of this is trying to have the porridge be neither too hot nor too cold. If you don't go, if you only go into use the most superficial terminology and it's not contextualized, they'll be confused, not helped. If we do the whole thing now, we'll end up almost inevitably giving different instructions at the end, and they'll conflict.
Right.
Pasha v. State is the case on the point Mr. Sharp was making, and it makes it very clear that any one overt act by any member of the conspiracy satisfies the statute, so they don't have to all be alleged against each one, and we don't have to prove more than one. The only, going back to where you were prior to the objection, and you may not want to address this now, but there's a kind of middle ground here because we have gang act charges.
Right.
And in this case, and I think you recognize this on Thursday, the gang YSL is YSL, the enterprise is YSL.
Right.
They're the same thing. And of course, the definitions under the two statutes are very similar. So evidence that comes in as to count one that would tend to show YSL as a gang would be admissible under any gang act provision, because we don't have to prove the specific defendant was a gang. We just have to prove there was a gang. In that context, they will be under the law entitled to consider it. I don't know if you want to go that deep at this point in time. I think the most important thing is to not say something that has to be taken back
Right.
later, because it's always harder.
Okay.
It's always harder to do it twice than it is to
Right.
do it once. But I wouldn't, that's just an issue for all of us to grapple with and be aware of. And, you know, I don't know if you want to create an exception that says, unless I otherwise instruct you during the case, during the course of the case, or at the end of the case.
No, but
Okay.
thank you.
Hey, oh, folks, can you hear me? I
Got
have
it.
no idea if you do.
All right, after I say the paragraph about how they can consider it for the RICO count, I will give you more detailed instructions regarding the gang counts. Later.
I don't need a gang initiation, no consent, no consent,
Yes.
Yes.
because
we
we
would
are
object to
already
that.
in
You
Mr. Jingle's
That to the jury
Viking
that you're going
target
to give
gang.
them further instructions as we go along at the end of the case. So we would object to specifying.
I was about to add at every other count later, just typing, thinking as I go. Appreciate that. All right. I will give you more detailed instruction regarding the gang counts and every other count later. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, blah, blah, blah. Thoughts?
Well, Your Honor, we would ask that you reconsider pointing out the gang count to say the gang count in all other
Hey, you
counts
made it.
draws attention to it. I think it becomes confusing. We're dealing with a limited issue right now, and that
trying
will be
to
fully covered by you to the jury
charge my phone
later.
while I balance this thing on the steering wheel.
There you go. Well, I'm gonna keep it
All right.
running.
Then
hey.
I'll just say, however, generally, when you're
Like
considering the
this.
remaining counts, and we'll just have to.
Welcome to
flesh it
America,
out
Nick.
later, unless you can come up with something,
Thank you.
Mr. Floyd.
Two thoughts. One is there are
Well-
quite a few gang counts. It's not just one.
don't I have-
So it's a whole category
Uh,
under the remaining
Does this
counts.
work?
And therefore,
No.
given how substantial it is, the idea that you're overemphasizing one thing versus the other.
mhm.
Look at the commitment Nick has to streaming this trial.
Objection or concern here. Secondly, if the court.
I'll just leave it like this
and-
for
and
the time
this
being.
is the state's sort of
you go.
overriding concern.
All right, I'm gonna jump
here
off.
Is that
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
the result of this not be to inadvertently paint the court into a corner that becomes difficult to deal with down the road because the concepts are complicated enough. So as long as they know what they need to know now, and it's very clear to them the real instructions that will govern their verdict,
They're all real instructions.
Okay,
They'll just be more detailed.
how should I, what you said, the more detailed instructions are going to come later and in essence, that this just helps them organize the evidence in their minds as it comes in, but it doesn't
I'm
tell them
not
exactly what to
opening
do
no
with it.
damn
We don't
sunroof
have a-
on this car.
All right, and honestly,
It's
I've
warm enough
taken
as
out some
it
of what
is.
I was going to say too. So I am thinking for that paragraph now, it is just going to say, however, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged with that count. And frankly, that's true. You should only be considering it, even as to the gang counts, against the defendant charged in that count. So that does not in any way limit, when we get there later, consideration of that element of whether there's a gang and whether anything's in furtherance of the gang. That's just, you're limiting it to the defendants charged. So I think it avoids the issue that you appropriately raised.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
We agree, Your Honor.
All right, great. All right.
100 degrees weather is
So
better
I think the next
inside
thing
the
we need to
car
do
with AC on.
is get Mr. Copeland in and find out how he feels now that he has woken up on Monday.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
5 minutes before we bring
Sure. All right, we'll recess shortly for a short break.
All right. Short break. Hi, folks. I am right outside Houston. I just been to Buc-ee's where I got some snacks, a bag, and we talked before I left. I should get something from each state I am in, and I've been in Texas. Now we talked about beer mugs and stuff like that. Let's see if I can. Okay, I'm back. Brand? No. All right. This is how it's supposed to be. Since I am in Texas, I got this. I don't know if it is. Do you see the text on it? I think this is a suitable shot glass after being in Texas, don't you think?
You know, it just got me thinking. I will pop in one more time. So I brought a bunch of stuff back so that Nick, when he's here, will feel at home.
I might not get
ours.
anything from Buc-ee's. I don't think anything of the snacks will be left when I get up there. What do you think about my new shot glass?
I like it. It's a shot glass. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Where's your Stetson, sir?
It is right here in the back of the car. So I will not drive in it because I've lowered the seat and stuff, and no, the hat doesn't fit. Yeah, no, just no. I also bought caramel popcorn from Buc-ee's. I also bought assorted sours, artificially flavored. About 11 servings per container. Calories per serving, 110 calories. Yeah, this ain't no 11 servings.
What does this say? I can't read this. I want to know how many servings is in this giant bar.
How many small squares are there? 20, 25?
Like,
that's how many servings.
Oh, so each one of these things. So each one of these things is 200 calories.
No, the 200 calories that should be per 100 grams. Which is it is about this much in freedom units. I have no idea.
It's a pain in the ass trying to convert this stuff.
Will I gain 30 pounds? No. I was surprised by Houston because I ate out, I ordered in. The servings, unless you go to a buffet, isn't that big. Or
What?
is
What are
it
you
just
talking
me? When I'm home, I use my kind of servings, my plates, and my amount of food. So even Texas servings are small compared to my plates and servings.
I feel like that's distinctly you, because when I was just there, the serving sizes are a lot smaller than in the U.S. At least when I go to restaurants.
Mm. Now, I went to, well, if you saw my other channel, I went to, no, I didn't went to, I got tacos from Taco Agogo.
I did see that.
And yeah, I got 3 tacos and extra sauce and $27 for 3 tacos and
That seems
extra
like
sauce.
a lot. Was it worth it?
No, I mean it was good. Don't get me wrong. It was really, really good. But $27. Now this was with I'll say $21, and with after the fee, before fees and stuff. But
Oh, yeah.
still, I wouldn't pay $20 for 3 tacos.
No,
The
that seems
re-
like a
the
lot. I feel like
jalapeno-
you went to a high-end pretend place.
Yeah, maybe I did. But if
You
I
know,
did, then it
if you
definitely
pass-
wasn't worth it.
If you, while you're driving across Texas, if you pass a
Yeah.
gas station, and outside the gas station are a bunch of people eating food and tacos, go there, because that's the local hole-in-the-wall place that's probably cooking outside of the gas station. That's better food.
Okay. I need to try
like a
to see
bucket
that
taco.
while I'm passing on the I-10. I mean,
I stopped at
Uh,
a truck stop in Texas once, and it had like a little restaurant shack off the back of it. It was the best food I ate in Texas ever.
I need to try one of those out because I had what's it called, Whataburger, and the tacos, and a few ready meals, and a bunch of. I mean, I've saved a few videos for my other channel because I want to make proper videos. But at about 11:30 p.m. yesterday, I got a call from the airport. My luggage had arrived. So at about midnight, about 1 a.m., I was at Houston Airport collecting my luggage.
Nice. I was wondering if
And
you
then
got
I
it
went
back.
home. Yeah. And then I got back to the apartment, 2 hours of sleep, and now I'm on the road.
Sounds
So,
about
yeah.
right. So you
But-
have your laptop now.
I have my laptop now. Now I just need to get an adapter.
Oh, a power adapter.
So, yeah. I looked for it at Bucky's, but I didn't have one. So
You know,
I'm.
I have one that I got off of Amazon, which is awesome, and you're gonna want it. And I'll send you a link to it, and you can have it shipped to wherever your next destination is. It should be like a day. You should get it.
Yeah, but
it
I'm
has-
only staying a day. I'm only staying a day on each place.
You know what?
Maybe
By the time you get to
yeah.
me, it's too late. I'll send it to Valhalla. I'll have it delivered to Valhalla, and then at least you'll get it there.
Yeah, but I still need it for when I get to New Orleans, if I want to edit something and talk about something, stream.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff
Find
like
a-
that. So I kind of
Find
need
a
it.
Best Buy. Go to a Best Buy. Go to that store.
Best Buy. Okay.
Best Buy. They're everywhere. They're nationwide. They'll have an adapter. I mean, it's going to be expensive, but you could get one now.
Yeah, exactly. Because I kind of need one because I have first New Orleans, Montgomery, Atlanta. I mean, I need to download the videos over to that so I can proper work with them. But then again, I mean, on my road trip channel, I think I'm up to almost 130 subscribers. And
Nice.
for those subscribers, I get decent numbers. I mean,
He
between
needs to-
50 and 200 views on each thing I post. So
He needs to get a
I'm
European
getting there.
to or a US to European adapter. I have the one that
Yeah.
I have has 4 USB ports, and it's compatible with UK, Europe, and US. And you
Yeah, but
just slide it all out.
my laptop doesn't have a USB connection for charging. It's an old type
But you can
charging
plug
port.
in. You can plug in regular European, UK, or US
Oh.
plugs into the end of it.
Okay, that would be excellent.
I'll send you a link anyways. Maybe you want to get it. It's really nice.
Yeah, I actually don't have to wear a suit jacket while driving. Good thinking. But then my left arm will be so tanned. Hi, young. You can do a general delivery to an USPS postal. I mean, but I would love to do those things. Those are technical things because that means I have to go somewhere on the phone. I do something and know something and then do something. I just want it. Phrasing. I just want it in my hand. Now I'm currently at a rest stop about 20 minutes out from outside of Houston. Well, outside of Buc-ee's, something like that. I have 4 hours to go, 4.5 hours to go to New Orleans, but I will do a few stops on the way. I will check the nearest Best Buy. Oh, by the way, if you guys are in Houston and driving east towards New Orleans, when you come to a place called Lynchwood, which is extremely interesting considering it's American South, having a town called Lynchwood. Everybody forgets how to drive when they pass through Lynchwood, apparently. So watch out for that.
I sent you a link, but it doesn't work.
Lynch.
Let me try again. There we go.
Yeah. Did you do? Don't send me on StreamYard because I can't do much.
No. I sent it in X.
You do? Okay. I need to start the car because now it is getting warm here and AC while engine not
they're
on.
less strict on you just sitting in your car while it's idling in the US than they are in Europe.
Oh.
I mean, there are, I think, technically laws in most cities or a lot of cities, but no one enforces those. What's the name of your travel channel?
Nick Starro Road Trip. So
maybe Gigi can
the
throw
name
a
you
link
see.
in.
Yeah, maybe Gigi can throw a link. New Orleans has bad traffic as well. Okay, that will be interesting. I just learned how to. Cool. Yeah, I know. I'm going to stay at a hotel more or less downtown, and going to. The hotel had this. Oh, for $50 we will valet park for you, and I was really? You want to half the cost of the room?
Yeah.
For just park my car? Yeah, fuck that. Sorry. So I found, yeah, I know. You were at my place. Yeah. But, thank you everybody who PayPal'd me this weekend. You are a lifesaver. Now, if you saw those streams and that video, Hertz fucked me over royally. Because I arrived extremely late, no luggage, everything was hurting. I went there and said, I just need a car with a GPS so I can get to my hotel. Or first get to AT&T, get a new phone, get to my hotel so I can get there. And with a $500 deposit, I had to pay $1,300 for the upgrade. That is equal to the first car I had. So just for the upgrade was a new. I basically rented 2 cars, and it's a Volvo S60.
I think this is a conspiracy, though, Nick, because I had the same issue in Denmark. Rented my car, showed up. Well, not the same issue, and then they told me that I had to pay an additional $675 when I had already paid for the rental.
Yeah, my rental was prepaid, and now I'm in a Volvo S60. Now this is a great car, but it isn't a premium car. I mean, currently I'm out $2,600 in a Volvo S60. Yeah, but and I was supposed to ask for a free upgrade when I got there, but I was so tired. 28 hours of travel. They lost my luggage. I was late. I was tired, hungry. I had to have, I mean, everything. So then, yeah. So that fuckers took advantage of a disabled person in distress. And you bet your life, when I get home, I'm going to do the US Disability Act on them. But I can't fuck them over now, because what will they do to me when I return the car?
Mm-hmm.
If they fuck me over this bad now. No, the $500 deposit was because I have a debit card. I mean, Europeans, we don't use credit cards. Not many, at least. But thank you, everybody.
It didn't matter for me if I used credit or debit. They were still screwing me over.
Yeah. Now, but thank you, everybody who during the weekend PayPal'd me. I recuperated about $550. Thanks to you guys. And I really can't thank you enough. But I'm still out a lot of money that I was supposed to use for. Well, it's some things that were in my budget on this road trip no longer is in my budget. So
are you able to pull the trial stream up?
No.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Add to stage. I can add to stage what is in there, but I can't stream it from phone.
Sure.
Because the web browser on phones doesn't do it.
Sure. Okay. I just wanted to make sure you could pull it up and put it down if you wanted.
Yeah, I can up and down. I can, but that's about it.
You could do the up and down
phrasing. They can cut out some of my word phrasings in this and make a very interesting clip. Okay, now AC in this good is excellent, by the way. Now, all of a sudden, I'm cool again. So I don't have to.
Yeah, don't forget to cover the LNC logo. Yeah, let me put jingles back up. You don't have a jingles in the corner, so when it's just the trial stream, it covers it in the corner.
Yeah, I know. I don't have one for those because had I had my laptop and car charger, I need to get a car charger adapter as well.
Best Buy as well.
Because then what? Best Buy as well.
Go to Best Buy as well.
Hopefully so hopefully I can get to Best Buy, get my laptop out so I can have my laptop on the passenger seat facing me so you can watch me drive and I can listen, comment and everything.
I've done that so many times with the laptop up and
Yeah.
streaming, and yeah.
Yeah, at least I avoided all the toll booths in Houston.
Yes.
So the GPS did wonders. I had to take different routes, but yeah, it worked. And I got myself a hat. And food. And
That's good.
I went places. So yeah. All in
By
all.
the way, I'm gonna have you been to Roe, the little fishing town?
Which car rental place? Hertz.
He's not listening. Hertz Rental?
Sorry. Yeah. I said Ken's counseling couch.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah,
can
yeah.
do a few cursory searches to see if they were doing bad things. Oh, I'm quite sure they did bad things. And even if it's in the gray zone, I'm disabled, folks. They took advantage of a disabled person. And then if they don't do me good, I will have a scathing review coming. But I'm still out money, so they don't care about scathing reviews because who's that other Michigan lawyer? Leto? Done
Steve Leto,
episodes
yeah.
after episodes. Yeah, he's done episode after episodes on Hertz rental cars, and they don't change.
No. I've been banned from Enterprise, though. I'm not allowed to rent from them anymore. They had a stupid spoiler on the back of the car fell off when I was driving cross country. And they wanted to charge me for it. I said, I'm not paying for that. It's your car that fell off. It fell off. So I refused to pay, and now I'm banned.
Yeah, paying in being banned instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but all in all, if I disregard the two main things with the luggage and the rental car, I had a great weekend in Houston, and now I will have a great weekend in great 2 days almost. I check in at 4 and check out at 11, but then I can always park my car. I mean, there must be amazing places around New Orleans before I drive north.
You need to check out the cemeteries. You need to see if you can latch on to a funeral, a New Orleans funeral, because that's very cool. And then you need to go to this voodoo shop, Marie Laveau's House of Voodoo. You need to go there, get some voodoo dolls or some charms, really experience New Orleans for what it's worth. The cemeteries are creepy because everyone's buried above ground.
Oh.
Because
yeah, it's a swamp. You don't want to...
Yeah, the water table is so low, everyone's buried above ground. But Jackson Square is cool. And there's a market down by the water, which is really cool. It's like a farmer's market, a bunch of people hawking wares and stuff. It's a fun little town. And then, of course, there's the drinking and the, make sure you bring some beads so you can hand them out to the ladies.
Oh, yeah.
Is it weird that the last time I was there, I
mind.
won the beads? My wife did not.
All right, here we go again. I'm going to do
finishing up the
this with my camera so I can listen in.
To those
All
right, I'm going to leave.
Anything else before we get Mr. Copeland in and find out his intentions?
May I briefly address the court, Your Honor?
Because the woods are noisy. I will be around.
I just want to make
Time I
sure
get
that
to a stop,
the
I
court
will.
saw that I requested a certificate of immediate review on your denial of my motion for mistrial. believe I sent an email to Ms. Percival on Friday.
I did see that, and
Okay.
I instructed Ms. Percival to issue an order denying it. If that didn't get filed, I'm sorry, but I'll be denying that.
No, that's, I just want to make sure that you
I
did see
appreciate
it.
Yeah,
Okay. I would encourage you to grant it, Your Honor.
I'm sure that you would, but I'm denying it.
All right, thank you. I
Thank
won't
you.
continue to argue then.
Anything else? Better that y'all be cold than that I be hot, so I'm not changing it, sorry. So there, I think I've mentioned before, there are 2 other thermostats somewhere in this courtroom that are supposed to control the courtroom area. And if y'all want to adjust those up, you're fine with that. I'm sorry if y'all are cold. but- Sorry. All right. Let's, and I assume we've got Mr. Melnick with us. Let's get Mr. Copeland and Mr. Melnick in.
All right, here we go. Now we will know how the rest of the trial will go. First with Mr. Melnick. And after Mr. Melnick, I assume they're going to call in the jurors.
All right, it's Monday morning now, and I need to find out from you what your intention is with regard to whether you are going to testify in this case. You have been granted immunity so that the privilege of self-incrimination is no longer relevant because the state can't use anything that you might say in answer to their questions or any other questions against you. And you have been instructed with the benefit of counsel as to the consequences if you don't testify. So I'm asking you now what your intention is.
May I speak?
You can answer my question, please. And so you're under subpoena. The state intends to question you. Are you going to answer any of those questions? Are you going to testify in this case?
Well, Your Honor, I've been pressured from the get-go. You know what I mean? Like, even when I went to the meeting with Glenville, I have told him over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? This is on my conscience. I got to keep distracting myself every day because I'm being dragged down to here because of lies that I don't told. I'm tired of y'all bothering me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you're tired of being bothered, but you're under subpoena. It's a valid court order. So your decision at this point is, yes, I will abide by the subpoena and testify, or no, I will not abide by the subpoena and the immunity order, and I will be held in contempt for my refusal and put in jail. So which is your decision?
But I did the time for all my crimes that I was caught for.
Sure, this would not be any kind of punishment for any crimes you may or may not have committed. This would be that you have been ordered by a court to testify, and if you refuse to testify, you're held in contempt. You're saying, I refuse to listen to the court's order and obey it. And it is not a punishment, it is an incentive to have you change your mind and obey the court order. So which is your decision?
Can you explain it to me? I didn't-
So we talked about it.
It's the same thing that Glenville doing to me?
It is the same order that is still in control. You have a subpoena for your testimony. That is a court order. You also have a court order that says anything that you say can't be used against you, other than if you get on the stand and lie and it amounts to perjury, you can be charged with that or with false statements. But if you refuse to testify altogether, when you're under a court order to do that, then that is considered contempt, because you're saying, I don't care what the court has ordered, I'm not going to do it. And then you'll be put in jail through the end of this trial.
So
Or until you decide, you know what, I think I will testify after all.
So let me, Yana, I'm telling you to your face, you just said that something about it, they can lock me up for lying. I'm telling you to your face, this is all I do. And you're telling me that they can lock me up if I lie. But if I sit here and testify, so the E-way I'm going to jail.
No, not with regard to anything that you might testify to that might otherwise admit to a crime or admit to your involvement in a crime. That's what the immunity order does. And I'm sure Mr. Melnick has explained this to you, and I know I've explained it previously, but none of that is going to result in you being put in jail, because they cannot use that evidence against you to prove any of those crimes that you might incriminate yourself about. So are you going to testify or not?
What will he do? What will he do?
Do you want to talk to Mr. Melnick again? No? Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to have you step out for just a minute while we get the jury in. Mr. Melnick, if you can step
Okay.
out with him, please. Just so. Thank you.
So he is stalling. And now in with the jury.
I am. I was gonna see if anybody had anything to say first.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my motion for a mistrial based on coercion by Judge Glanville. This is based on the fact that Mr. Copeland, having now been properly instructed that he would only be incarcerated until the end of trial versus his instruction previously that he would be incarcerated forever. He's now deciding to testify. I think at this point, it demonstrates the coercion by Judge Glanville. So I'd like you to reconsider that.
All right. I don't think it just demonstrates anything of the sort. I think it demonstrates that he's now been properly advised and he's making a decision anew. Thank you. Overruled. Yes.
Housekeeping matter. Is the Harvey rule still under your guidance, still in
Yes.
effect? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I'm going to have the jury out. I'm going to give them the 3 instructions that we just discussed. Then we'll have Mr. Copeland in. I'd like him resworn, and then you can pick up from whatever you want to do post 3 p.m. June 12th.
And Your Honor, may I just step outside to see if Mr. Melnick has informed Mr. Copeland that there's going to be some testimony he's going to have to repeat. My interactions with Mr. Copeland, he'll get frustrated.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you, instead of you going to talk to anybody, just can I have Mr. Melnick in again?
Yeah.
Real fast. That's a good idea, though, to tell him that. I don't know if he's been told that or not. I don't think Mr. Melnick was in here this morning when we were discussing the directions or the instructions.
Just while we're waiting, you're going to bring them in after you give the instruction, they have the excuse.
Certainly, yeah. Mr. Melnick, I just wanted to make sure, because you weren't in here this morning when we were discussing it, and you may or may not have been in here for any of the times we were discussing it, but we are going to be essentially redoing everything post-recusal motion, and I didn't know if Mr. Copeland was aware of that or not. So some of the things he's going to feel like, man, I already said this once, but he's going to have to say it again because I'm telling the jury disregard a lot of the last few days of his testimony.
So, I believe he's aware of it.
Okay.
As far as what he remembers about what he testified.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Your Honor,
yes.
with respect to Mr. Copeland being resworn, I would ask the court to remind Mr. Copeland
That he's still under oath. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Since we are accepting the first part of his testimony anyway, sure, I'll do that. Anything else before we bring the jury in? Okay, let's go ahead and get the jury. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Judge Paige Reese Whitaker. Judge Juror Glanville is no longer the judge presiding over this case. I will be the presiding judge in this case moving forward, and you are not to concern yourselves with this change. Let me remind you, as I assume the presiding duties in this case, that none of my decisions and nothing that I say during the trial is evidence, just like none of Judge Glanville's decisions and nothing Judge Glanville said during the trial is evidence. The decisions and remarks of a judge do not mean that the judge favors or leans to one side or another in this case. The court is only interested in seeing that this case is tried fairly, based on the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. You are to disregard any comments that may have been made by Judge Glanville that may have been disparaging of any of the lawyers in this case. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I remind you that you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial and the law as I will explain it to you. Now, I know that you have been on a bit of a break, but prior to that break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I'm going to instruct you and admonish you now that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th, which was the last break for that day. And that is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department. The court is going to be collecting any of the notes you wrote during that portion of the trial, and I'm going to give you a short break in just a moment to identify those notes and provide those notes to my staff attorney, Ms. Persifield. And I'd like to find out at this point in time if there are any of you who cannot set aside and disregard that portion that I just mentioned of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in the deliberations in this case. That is everything after his testimony about ABG and after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th. If there is anybody who cannot set aside and completely disregard that portion of the evidence in your deliberations, please stand up now and let me know if there are any of you. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick break to
So
go back.
we have a bunch of
and identify
liars
that
in the
portion
jury
of your
who
notes
thinks
and
they
provide them to
can
the staff
disregard
attorney.
it.
And
What
then I'll have
a
you back
bunch
out.
of
I'll give you
liars.
some other short instructions and we'll resume the testimony. So y'all can go ahead and do that for now for me. Thank you. All right, y'all be seated. And while they're out doing that, let me just ask y'all what was the practice with regard to order of cross-examination? Is somebody just taking it as the team? Somebody will handle it? Okay. All right.
When you say taking it as the team.
Like, is there going to be one of you fine lawyers who's going to represent the questioning for all of the different defendants, or are we doing all 6 of you individually? Okay. What order are y'all going in is what I was trying to.
There's no particular order, Your Honor. Whoever gets up and starts.
Okay.
Generally.
Just find out from each of you whether you have anything else. Okay. You may, but I'm not going to wait for you to get back to bring the jury back. Okay. And we'll just recess in
Just so you
place
know,
until
I'm keeping my eyes on the road and can't read your comments at the moment. I don't know if I have pressed the right buttons while I've been talking because I'm on the highway and there's road work and I've been passed by at least 2 cars. So I don't want to have the phone up or anything of the sort. So it is on the sideboard. Yeah, okay. What have we had here so far? We have had Mr. Copeland stalling. And again, we never know what Mr. Copeland will do.
That the jurors, being good
For me,
stewards of
it's-
the environment, are taking double-sided notes. So it may be that something has to be erased from the first side, but they need it for the other side. So it's going to take just a minute because they're going to have to make copies and give back to them the parts that they can continue to utilize. So in the meantime, I believe, let's see, Miss DeWilliams, you filed a Jackson Deno about some statements by Mr. Ryan. So we'll probably deal with that during our non-jury week next week. Really, that should have been filed by whatever date that was I gave you about 3 weeks ago. When I first took over this case, no reason that could have been filed then. And also, you are essentially just very broadly saying voluntariness, Miranda, and I need some specifics if we're going to actually sort that out. Okay, so you need to particularize that motion. All right, next. The motion in limine 49 now supplemented that had to do with that PowerPoint presentation with one of the gang experts. Can one of y'all speak to that? I know Miss Love's out of the room. It had appeared that there was an agreement that the state was not going to use that, but then it looked like nothing ever got reduced to writing as an order to that effect. What's the state's intention with regard to either version of that PowerPoint? Because if you're not going to use it, then I don't need to make a decision. And if a decision already got made, then y'all need to acknowledge that as well.
You're right. I think we were trying to check whether or not there was an agreement made before we announced it. So we had.
Well, Mr. Steele cited you to, page and verse, so it shouldn't take much more than that.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm stepping in because I did not see Mr. Steele's motion. So if you give me 1 second.
Well, that was filed on Friday, the supplement. So I need an answer to that. We can circle back on that at the end of the day. Just trying to do some housekeeping while we have time anyway.
Your Honor, speaking about housekeeping, do we have the evidence downstairs for the case?
It's somewhere. If y'all need it.
We need the evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll have to go retrieve it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so they are taking care of other business. What I was planning on saying is that you never know what Copeland is going to say. or if he's going to plead, say again that he's going to testify and then plead the fifth again, which would be the second time. And I mean, some of the things he may or may not have done could be crimes on the federal level. And that the prosecution can't save him from. And you might know my opinions about this immunity. I mean, it's a piece of paper written by a prosecutor and acknowledged by a judge that removes your Fifth Amendment rights. And for me, that is bonkers. If anything removes a constitutional right, then it should be much, much more including. And since there are state and federal crimes, it should be only be handled by the feds or a federal judge. And probably that would put a lot of hindrance in for many prosecutors. But I don't care. The Constitution has more worth than a local prosecutor's word, in my opinion. Again, I'm on the freeway, so I can't read your commentary. Now they got a jury instruction from Judge Whitaker, and I seem to remember they would have put in the language, or if I just missed it, that they should disregard any foul words or disparages by Judge Glanville against the lawyers. I don't remember if you put that in. Now, once I get to the next stop, which is a Best Buy, I will talk to you, because I will be there before they open, so we can have a conversation again. And now they are doing a motion in limine, which, yeah. But we found out one thing today. The jurors are liars. They were asked, can you disregard half of Mr. Copeland's testimony? And they said yes. And I can argue from now to kingdom come, that is not possible. They will mix it up. They will misremember. Okay, here we have a traffic jam. Fun times. Fun times. Right outside of Beaumont. I don't know how you pronounce it. Oh, but yeah, for you who are new to this channel, hello, I am Nick. I do labor law, and which means I do have a law degree. I do have witness evaluations, evidence evaluations. I am trained in that, which I hope can guide you through this trial. I also have a lot of snark, which you might have noticed, because I can do on this channel what I can't do at work. Speak freely and speak my mind. This channel would be quite boring if I handled it as one of my cases. But hey, it's very, very liberating to me. Now, if you wonder, what is Nick doing on a freeway? Well, I am doing a cross-country road trip of the United States of America. I spent the last weekend in Houston. And I'm currently on my way to New Orleans. So that is what I'm doing now when I'm not in a traffic jam. Well, I'm still on a road trip, even though I'm on a traffic jam. And you can watch more about what I'm doing on this road trip on my road trip channel, which is Nick Starov's Road Trip. So if Amal can put that link up, or if you can figure it out by yourself, I wouldn't mind if you went over there and subscribed and checked out my videos, because I'm at 130 subscribers at the moment over there. And I need 500 to get that channel monetized as well. And watch my videos, because I need almost all of the watch hours. Yeah. Now, next week on that channel, I will try to live stream the actual trip. Oh, a fender bender of sorts. Yeah, it's not serious. And we're out of the traffic jam. Still waiting for the court to come back. I'm guessing they have the morning break. I am uh, 13 minutes from Best Buy parking lot, where I can pick up the phone so you can see me again. I hope I had the microphone on, by the way. Yes, I have. And I hope you can hear me over the road noise. I can't check the commentary at the moment. So yeah, I wish I could see it so I could answer some of the questions. Now let's get back to Copeland. One of the things that is up to, which is a big plus for the defense, is everything he said out of court. He had live streamed, he had put out TikToks and Instagrams, he has been on people's channels and talked. I mean, everything. Well, the prosecution can use it too, but I don't think they will, because I don't see anything positive to the prosecution in what he said. But the defense definitely can. And I heard a dot in the background, which means that Dave might be around. I don't know. Oh,
I'm
roadwork.
here if you
Fun.
need me.
Okay. Did you listen in?
No,
On the
no.
trial?
I've been trying to adjourn a court hearing that doesn't need to happen.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, Copeland stalled. So there's still not a decision from him if he wants to testify or not.
I did hear that. He wants to confer with his counsel again. And then there was another motion for a mistrial. I've been listening a little bit.
Yeah. And then they did the jury instruction about what the change of judge, which, yeah, I believe was a little weak. But then again, yeah. If you are pro-defense, you are pro-defense. That's just the way it is. So we still don't know what Woody will do. If he will say he testify, answer a few questions, and then plead the fifth in front of the jury. Then it would be the second time he pleads the fifth in front of the jury.
That should be grounds for a mistrial.
Yeah, I mean, even once should be grounds, but twice? Yeah. It's a definite appellate issue, even if she denies it, but that is years in the future. I am 10 minutes from Best Buy, but it doesn't open until 10 a.m. and it's 9:20 here a.m. So I will have roughly half an hour on that parking lot to talk to you guys. I haven't seen any comments because I'm driving at the moment. I hope the road noise doesn't go through. If you can check that in the comments, if they tell me to shut the fuck up.
We can hear a little bit of road noise.
Yeah.
Woody went live
But
on
if
Instagram.
it gets too...
Wait, when did Woody go live on Instagram? Right now?
No, he's been during these 2 months. He has been online everywhere on streams and everything.
Yeah,
So,
you hear a little bit of road noise,
but
it's not bad. He's in a suit in the courtroom when he was on the stand just now.
Yeah.
Just a moment ago, he went live on Instagram, Nick.
Oh, wow.
When he was in the court in his suit, he went live on Instagram.
Wow.
This guy's amazing. This guy's going to tear down this trial one-handed.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of already did, but you never know with Woody, because he is nowhere near as stupid as he portrays himself in court. That's for sure.
Thuggery Daily has it?
Oh, on the Twitters. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me share my screen here. So there we go. That's him live from the courtroom moments ago. Let's see. Sitting there. Yeah, he was live in the back room. Waiting to go on.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
I mean, he is taking his 15 minutes of fame to the absolute max.
Yep.
I mean, he gained a truckload of followers on Instagram and TikTok and everything. I mean, he's kept in on this. And I mean, why wouldn't he?
Yeah, right. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? He looked great today, though.
Any guess is as good as any, because nobody knows.
But I'm not saying the word, so it's okay. It's not me that's saying it.
Yeah, don't play it.
Yeah, no. I don't know what he said, but he was live.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anything close to this trial, Dave?
No, this is a disaster. Like everything about this just screams disaster. You know, they say when it comes to impropriety, when you're an attorney, you're supposed to hold yourself up to this standard of care and this level of behavior. And when you're involved with a case that's, you know, smells like shit, talks like shit, you kind of just you get away from it. You start over. You don't mess with it because the case tends to like tear you down with it. I have a feeling this case is going to take a lot of attorneys down with it, not necessarily the defense attorneys, but definitely Judge Glanville. Love.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing he got recused for must have more consequences.
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna start following Thug Daily. This is a great Twitter handle. Do we know who this person is?
I'm not watching it because I'm on the freeway.
No. Thug Daily, the Twitter handle.
Thug Daily.
Thug
We
Daily
don't
or whatever.
know exactly who he is, but okay.
Is it okay? It's just a fan page. That's good.
Yeah. But he's been running it for a number of years now, and he's been doing quite good. Now, where is my exit to Best Buy?
Woody,
You're-
when he's testifying, have you all heard about jury nullification? God, he could say so many things.
The way you do your signs and where to exit, I'm not used to it. Let's just say that.
Well, I just spent 3 days driving around your homeland, sir, and I made several wrong turns because you guys have it all screwed up over there.
Ours are perfect logic. All you need to use is logic and the metric system.
You know, my GPS will say turn right on this road. There's no sign with the road name. It just points to a city. Very Roman of you, but still very inconsistent with the GPS. I mean, if the GPS said turn right towards Malma, then I would get it, you know, but it says turn right on Hikamong, whatever the road is, and then the sign says Malma, and it's like, no. Hope this is the right way.
I've been driving probably twice as much as needed in Houston because it says turn right on this road. Oh, the one I just passed. I mean,
take the exit toward Dallin Road, then slide right onto the ramp to East Texas Freeway.
and this slide under the ramp. What? I'm not sliding anywhere. What's going on here?
Slide under the ramp.
Or slide under the road.
Translation issue. I posted a video in my Discord about how useful yet entertaining using Google Maps is in Sweden because they mispronounce all the roads wrong, and it's highly entertaining.
Okay, I'm closing in on a Best Buy here, I hope, but it doesn't open until 10.
It's 10:30.
No, here it's not 10:30.
Where are you?
I'm still in Texas.
Well,
in Beaumont.
Yeah, but what city are you in?
Beaumont.
You know, I just happen to think you're driving from Houston to New Orleans. You're taking the same route as what's her, Letitia Stout.
Oh, that's amazing.
Imagine how far you've driven so far, and she had like double the distance beyond New Orleans, with Gannon in the car in a suitcase.
Oh, let's see where am I? Oh,
turn left on East Texas Freeway, then turn right.
You could tell it's a Best Buy. Yeah, it's a giant blue sticker that says Best Buy on it in yellow letters.
yeah. with,
Turn right, then turn left.
oh, I'm at the parking lot. Let's see here. There's a few shops here.
Best Buy will
Plenty
have
of
everything you
parking.
want at about 3 times the price as Amazon. But you pay, it's
I
like a
have a
convenience
restaurant.
store. You pay for the convenience.
Yeah. Okay. But now I am here and I have half an hour before they open. So, ta-da!
Well, you can talk about young thuggery.
Ah,
No, stop.
yeah.
Cats are being extra annoying today because I've been gone.
Hey, folks.
Now we can see you.
Let's put that up here so I can talk. Oh, hey, folks.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, it'll be a strip mall. Okay, yeah. Let's see, what do we have here? I have Cantana Mexican Grill across the street. I know where I'm having lunch today. I have no idea how good it is. La Cantana. Oh, there's a Wendy's.
Hey,
And
you know, the
McDonald's.
secret to Best Buy, the secret to shopping at Best Buy is open your Amazon account and scan the barcode of whatever item you want to buy. And if Amazon has it cheaper, Best Buy will match the price.
That sounds like a lot of work.
I do it every time I go there.
I'm just there for an adapter. If it costs $15 or $17, I don't care. But here's the thing. Me in an electronics store is kind of dangerous. Because I might buy more.
Price matching
Now
is
I'm
so
going
easy.
to
Yeah,
have-
all I have to do is open the app and you just show them at the register. You're like, look, it costs this amount on Amazon. And they'll say, okay. And they'll enter the price.
This bag sealed shut. Open.
Is that your breakfast?
Beaver nuggets.
Breakfast of champions.
Brown sugar, cornmeal, corn syrup, vegetable oil. Okay, that's it. Contains soy.
Have you ever had corn pops in America?
No.
They taste like corn pops to me.
I don't know what to compare it with. Yeah, it's nice.
Jack Matt wants to know if you're still in Houston.
No, I left Houston about an hour and a half, no, 2 hours ago. I went to Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's is awesome, isn't it? It's like a destination.
Now, I must say, it's not cheap.
No.
So, yeah. But I went there. I got a shot glass, snacks, and a few other items. So,
Did you check out the
happy.
bathrooms?
No.
No. What was the best part of Buc-ee's?
Oh, the best part of Buc-ee's, the availability. I mean, if I had unlimited budget, I would go out. I would buy a lot of stuff. They had a Buc-ee's onesie for $30. But no, they only had it in 2x XL. So that's a good question, Kimmy G. How can you criminalize the Fifth Amendment right? Put the AC on here.
It's not criminalizing the Fifth Amendment right. What you're doing is you're refusing to testify, and you're violating the court's order when you're being subpoenaed to appear to testify. You're violating the court's order. The question is does the Fifth Amendment offer you protections to violating that order, essentially like a blanket immunity from violating that order? And the courts have traditionally said no, or yes, it does, if you could potentially incriminate yourself. But if there's no ability to actually incriminate yourself, because what you're testifying to wouldn't be self-incrimination, or wouldn't be, compelled testimony against your own interest, or there's a blanket immunity so that there is no risk of that, then the Fifth Amendment is not a protection to refuse the court's order to appear and testify. So if you think of it that way, it makes sense.
It makes more sense, but it's still not a protection against federal crime when a county court does it. So it's not that big. I mean, if this should remove the Fifth Amendment rights protections, then it should only be granted on a federal level. By
I don't
at least the federal court. They
enough.
have to apply to a federal court in order to get it, not by a local court.
Yeah, and there was statements made, and I believe it was in the ex parte in-camera little interview thing, that he would also be immune from federal prosecution. But I'm not going to give that much weight because, one, a federal prosecutor, an attorney general, is not signing off on it. And two, I feel like that was really offered just to kind of compel him to testify. So without an attorney general from that district signing off on it, giving him immunity, then I don't think it would apply.
Yeah.
So if they got if they got someone from the AG's office signing off on it, then he would absolutely be protected. But
but they haven't. So
okay. So they're saying that the statute of limitations is run on the potential federal cases, and that might be true. I don't know.
Well, not against the RICO charge, because if there is a RICO charge, then murder applies, which has no statute of limitation.
Right.
So, yeah. So they can claim anything about, we can charge you with these 15, say, for the sake of argument, we can charge you for these 15 crimes you did with the YSL gang. Because the statute have run out. Yeah, but what about RICO?
Does the federal government... The federal government doesn't have a blanket murder statute. They don't have like it's, thou shalt not murder, and if you do, you get prison. Now they have, unaliving of certain individuals, but not just a blanket sort of murder cause of action, not that I'm aware of. So if the underlying cause of action doesn't exist, and the federal RICO charge has a statute of limitations that's run, then I don't think they'd still be able to bring a federal case. But again, I'm not an expert in federal criminal stuff, so don't quote me on that.
Yes, we will. These are a bit too sugary for me. after
Yeah,
a
they
while.
are very sugary. Yeah, I can't. No, I don't like them. I'll eat like one or two, and then my wife and the kids eat the rest. I got some Polly's. Do you like Polly's?
Oh,
Nick?
I love Polly's. Hey! But I have these assorted sours. Let's see what's in here. Sugar, corn syrup,
I'm gonna eat some.
dextrose, water, cornstarch.
Nick, did you know that the #1 car sold in the world comes from Sweden?
Yeah,
The
I
most
do.
cars ever sold.
These aren't sour. It says assorted sours. Or it's maybe because my mouth is coated with the things. Maybe that's not why they're not so sour. What's going on? Oh, rice soaks. In order to say the things you want to say, you have to rephrase words, and because YouTube have this thing with words, it's annoying. How long of a morning break do they have?
How long is this supposed
It's a
to
bit
go?
annoying. Today, if Woody says I'm going to testify, trial restarts and goes until I think 5:30.
All right, I'll keep the stream open and running. You can end it from your end too, right? If I'm not available, I do have some hearings I do have to get to.
Yeah, I can.
I just want to make sure that I'm
turn
not
it.
gonna, the stream's just going to be like never ending and just kind of constantly going. That you're able to shut it down if need be. If I'm stuck in court.
Yeah, I can shut it down.
Coolio. It's the morning break.
Would
Are
you
you
up to
eating
something?
tacos
Yeah,
again,
oh, yeah.
Nick?
What did you say?
I said, are you eating tacos? That was the question.
No, I was eating sours. Bucky's assorted sours. That was what I was eating.
So what's your favorite thing about Texas?
The people. Hands down, the people. I mean, and I can't wait to compare with other people, because as I've seen, or people have told me, is that Texas is a country of its own. There's no real comparison between Texas and other states. Other states may have similarities between their neighbors and such. Not Texas, apparently.
I can't wait for you to get to New
So, yeah.
Orleans. The only dead body I've ever seen in real life was in New Orleans.
Oh, you're lucky. I don't. When you do labor law, and sometimes your cases involves accidents, which results in, well, you kind of have to. Well, you mean in real life, not on pictures and everything. Yeah,
Well, I mean, I
I've been
did go
to a few.
I was gonna say, I mean, I've been to funerals
Autopsies.
and stuff, but like dead on the street.
Oh, dead on the street? No. Maybe 4 or 5 over the years. But
yeah, New Orleans will be fun. New Orleans people are great. And no matter what time you're there, there's always a bar open serving food.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Once I'm done in Best Buy, I'm going across the street to La Cantina. I have no idea when they open. It doesn't look open.
How
I need
close
to
are you
check.
to Corpus Christi is the question.
I have no idea.
Nick doesn't know where he's at.
Hold on. Let me check the Corpus Christi, Texas. I
was trying to tell my mother-in-law that I was going to go to this particular town, and she didn't know what I was saying. And she was like, "Oh, you should go to this other place instead. It's better." And I didn't know what she was saying. And come to find out, we're talking about the same place. But
Corpus Christi is 4.5 hours in the absolute opposite direction from where I'm going. So it's west of Houston, southwest.
look, my boy, even when he.
Are you sure? Have you? Is the feed on play or pause?
No, it's playing. I see people's heads bobbing by every once in a while.
Okay. Okay.
It's streaming from the treehouse, and obviously I'm not in there.
Okay. I turn on the AC once in a while here. Now let's see. Oh, I can Cantina. Okay, check that. There. Let's see when it opens at 11. So yeah. And it's okay, so it's across the highway. So I still have to drive there. Let's see what have we
The
on
jury
this? We
is
have a
removing
Wendy's.
notes
I've
about
never.
Woody.
Oh. All the drawings and everything. Let's see when Wendy's open. Because that is on this side of the highway.
Here we go.
Wendy's. Oh, it's open. Okay. Let's see
All
what she
right.
has to say.
The jurors, we have retrieved the notes that they are not to have or consider.
They literally
and
were
have
taking
back
their notes.
the
Oh my
notes that
God.
portions of the notes that they can have. So we are ready on that front. And I believe we are ready to get Mr. Copeland back in and pick up with his testimony. So, yeah, we can go ahead and get him on the stand. No, I'm just going to remind him that he is still under oath.
It's been under oath.
Actually, tell them to hold off because get them in. I still have this one page of instructions, so then we'll have him in. Yeah, get them now. Thanks. So we're going to get the jury in.
I thought you were joking about the notes. I didn't realize they were actually pulling the notes.
Let's see. Tamales and
I'd be pissed if I was a jerk.
Okay.
And they started taking my notes.
Oh, yeah. But not one of them stood up and said, we can't disregard Woody's testimony, which makes a lot of them liars, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, how can you... They will mix up things and misremember things. Even though they don't have notes, they will misremember. And so, for me, and heard nothing about the case for 2 months, yeah, sure.
Yeah, don't waste your funny jokes on me. Zach with his photoshopped avatar as if he caught a fish.
Yeah. if you want to see something really, really funny, gift memberships and have Dave, and I will force Dave to say the names.
Yep, I'll be right on that.
Thank you. All right, y'all can be seated.
Hey, more jury instructions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the instructions that I'm about to give
All right,
you
I gotta
apply to
jump
the
for a minute.
evidence that has already been admitted during this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of this trial. Count 1 of the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is sometimes referred to as RICO. At the end of the case, I will give you detailed instructions about what is required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. And at that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other counts in the indictment, as well as other important principles of law. But today, as we resume this trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of some principles to just keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions that I will give you at the end of the case. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others. In this trial, count 1 charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged in count 1, and since each of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count 1. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged in that count. All right, we are going to go ahead and resume with Mr. Copeland's testimony. So let's go ahead and get him in.
Oh, so he will testify? Did I miss anything? It seems like on the wordings from the judge that he will testify. Okay. Okay, I missed that one. Okay, so he will testify. Woo! Trial is moving on, folks.
All right, Mr. Copeland, I'm going to remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Mr. Copeland, do you know a person by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Or say you don't recall if you know someone by the name of Shell Cal?
Sustain.
Do you recall speaking with law enforcement about an individual that you know by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Oh boy, here we go. Here we go.
I want to go back to December of 2014 and into January of 2015. Were you present at a gambling house in Lakewood when the shooting occurred?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you. Also back in 2015, do you remember being at a Cascade skating ring speaking with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Oh, this is going to be a long day.
Back in January of 2015, do you recall being at a club
Yeah,
Crucial?
this is
and
not
getting into a
impeachment.
fight with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall nothing that happened years ago.
All right.
And I think it's Miss
Do you
Hilton.
recall in
And during her
January
vacation,
of 2015, having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to talk about whether or not you were involved in the murder of an individual by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Say that again.
Do you recall in January of 2015, having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to speak about your potential involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall.
Right.
here we go. It's Miss Hilton.
In
And
January,
whatever she did on her
January
vacation,
11th,
it took away her voice.
did you go to the Atlanta Police Department at about 3:00 in the morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you speak with a detective by the name of Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall who I speak with. I don't recall.
And during that interview, did you go down there to speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall who I spoke with.
Okay. And in that same interview, did you speak with him about not just the murder of Donovan Thomas, but events that led up to the murder of Donovan Thomas on June 10th, 2015?
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past? Like I don't know.
So my question for you is, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department? Is your response you don't recall?
I don't recall.
And during that interview with Detective Thorpe at the Atlanta Police Department, did you provide him your name and your date of birth?
Huh?
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department and met with Detective Thorpe, did you give him your date of birth?
I don't know.
Okay. And is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
What?
Is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
I think.
Okay. And during this interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you also have a middle name of Xavier?
I don't know what I told. I don't remember what I told him. I'm not trying to say the wrong thing so y'all can lock me back up.
All right. Well, just bear with me. We're going to go through that interview. Okay.
Objection to the commentary.
Now,
Disregard the commentary by the witness.
now, during the interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about the issues you had with a person by the name of Kel?
I don't recall.
And did you speak with Detective Thorpe about a problem that the two of you all had in the club?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview that Kel was Nut's little brother?
I don't know if they brothers or not.
Okay. So do you know who Kel is?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And when I say Nut, is that Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Okay,
Can you
I'm
ask me
heading
that?
into
I am
Best Buy
asking
now,
you
but I will listen in.
Say that again.
Sure. Do you know a person that goes by the name of Nut?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe about you and Kel getting into the fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall nothing from 2015, 14, 16, none of that.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel had been in a beef for maybe about no longer than 4 months, and this was back in 2015.
And he's still alive?
My question is, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, Michelle Kel, at that time in 2015, had a beef, and it was probably going on around 4 months at that time?
I tell the detective whatever they want me to say, whatever they want to hear, whatever. So if I said it to him, I said it to him. I don't recall what I said to no police.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that whenever y'all were in the club, y'all would initially just throw up birds at each other?
Huh?
In this January 11, 2000 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially, when you and Michelle Kel were in the club, y'all never really fist fought, y'all just would throw up birds at each other?
Like I told you before y'all called me to trial, I have lied. I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now, you asked me about 2015, I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressured me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people doing this to us.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all pissing me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. I'm
Okay.
telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're gonna have to get through the questions. You can just continue saying you don't recall if that's what it is.
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to
Hang on,
answer the
everybody, for
question.
just a minute.
Objection, improper instruction of the witness in how to testify.
I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not.
Oh,
But
I
don't
am not.
instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Thank you. And that's
Any
all.
other objection, or was that covered? All right, go ahead.
If you can answer the questions truthfully, and we can move forward. Can we do that?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe first about a meeting that you had with Shell Kel at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Have you ever been to the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Is the Cascade skating rink in Atlanta?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that while at the Cascade skating ring that you met and that you talked to Shell Kel about all the beef that you had with each other?
I don't talk. I'm gonna be doing with my gun.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you had a gun at the Cascade skating rink?
I would never tell the police nothing I did.
Okay. Now, back in 2015, did you meet with Atlanta Police Department detectives on at least 5 occasions after the murder of Nutt?
I met with them a lot of times.
Okay. And during each of those times, did you talk to them about what was happening between YSL and If Gang?
I was telling them whatever I think that get them out for me.
Okay. Did you go and talk to the police after your car was shot up on the highway?
It's called finessing.
Okay. But did your car get shot up while you were on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, your child, and your child's mother get shot at while you were leaving your home?
They got shot at.
Okay. Were you with them?
Not my kids and my child, mama.
Were you coming out of the house with you, your child, and your child's mother? Did that occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did your girlfriend's father's home get shot up after Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I don't recall.
All right. So going back to January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel talked about the beef that the two of you had with each other?
I don't recall.
Okay. And during that, when you and Kel spoke, Kel asked you to call Thug on the telephone. It's effect on the listener, Anna.
It's a what? I'm sorry.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor, not whether or not he called, but what he did in response to being asked that.
All right, overruled.
So did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you met with Kel at the Cascade skating ring, he asked you to call Thug?
Okay, so this what happened.
Okay.
The police kept locking me up for whatever they could. Every time I came out the door, the police was on me, and they keep bringing up Thug's name. So what I did was to get them off of me. I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, Thug did, because I knew they would never. I knew he didn't do it, and in my mind, I knew that the police would never go mess with him. So it was easy for me to try to throw the blame off on him to get them off of me, and that's what I was doing from all these years. I don't remember what I don't told them in the past, but my whole motive was Thug did it because I knew he didn't do it, and they couldn't lock him up, and they keep talking about Thug. So guess what I'm gonna tell them? Yeah. What else you want me to tell them? Yeah, he killed this person. Yeah, he did that. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's right now. If I walk out this thing and they say the police stop me now, hey man, give me something about Thug. Shit, I'm about to make something up about him again.
On January 11, 2015, when you went to speak to the police, when they called you, did they ask you about Thug, or did they ask you about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you go down to the police department on your own to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Did I go on my own?
Did you walk into the police department by yourself to tell them on the morning of January 11, 2015, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you don't recall going to the police, or you don't recall why?
I don't recall none of that.
Right.
I just know that every time the police was after me, trying to get me, they kept bringing his name up. And I knew that they had me what I had, so I was like, yeah, whatever y'all want me to say, I would say it. That's what I told Gaither and Dennis, and that's why they kept coming after me, because they felt like, okay, they can make a case out of him or whatever they trying to do. So they knew that, okay, we gonna get Woody today. He gonna have something to say about Thug, and it's wrong. And y'all are wrong because y'all know that I'm full of shit. And y'all keep trying to drag me in here to bring up bullshit that y'all know I don't say it. Why is y'all doing that? Leave me alone. If y'all gonna charge me for what I did, I don't did the time for the crimes y'all caught me for.
Okay. Would you mind your language while we're sitting here in court?
I'm trying to. You got me. I'm on. Y'all need to give me a break because my blood pressure is real high. I keep telling y'all, leave me alone.
Okay. And the quicker we get through this, the quicker we can leave you alone. Do you understand?
Okay, I don't
that?
recall.
Okay. Going back to January 11th, 2015.
I don't recall.
Can I finish the
Wait
question?
and listen to the question first.
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department, Detective Thorpe didn't ask you about Thug. You brought up Thug. Do you recall that?
I did.
You did. Okay. So let's continue. During your meeting with Detective Thorpe, when you went down to the police department, did you tell him about the beef that you were having with Kel, with Shell Kel?
Am I here to tell the truth or to remember my lies?
I want you to tell the truth.
But you keep going to my lies, though.
That's what you, back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that this was a lie?
I would have told the police whatever. Listen, when they get me, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna try to tell them whatever I can to finesse my way out of whatever situation that I'm in.
Okay. And it's only now in 2024 that you're saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct?
Because I went to the feds. Y'all didn't let me out of jail till what, four years later? So if I was telling the truth then, why it took y'all so many years to try to say, okay, he was being honest or whatever the case is? Okay. If I was telling the truth, y'all would have made any case back then. Y'all knew I was lying. Y'all put me in jail. I go do my time. I get out of jail, try to get my life together. Y'all trying to drag me back into the lies that I done made. Y'all, what's up?
Can I ask you this? In 2021, when you interviewed with investigator Viverito after you got out of prison, did you tell her that everything you said back in 2015 was the truth, but we as a state didn't believe you back then?
So my thing is, right? I went to jail. So the lies that I was telling, they didn't go for it. Y'all didn't go for it. Whoever didn't go for it. So I went to jail, did my time for it, right? And then y'all got me again. So guess what they say? Well, we're going to bring up the name again. And guess what I'm going to do? Try to finesse my way out of it again because y'all ain't touching for the lies I done told them on them in the past. So guess what? It ain't nothing to put the blame on Thug for what I did. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to blame him for.
And let me,
I don't recall.
Okay, and let me ask you this. You keep talking about Thug, but were you asked about other individuals as well? During all these interviews, were you asked about Shannon?
And I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Okay, were you asked about Demekion Garlington?
I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Were you asked about Quindarius Zachary?
I'm gonna put the blame on everybody but myself.
Okay, and during this time, did all the police, every time you spoke to someone, did they tell you that they are gonna have to verify what you said?
And did they?
My
Mr.
question to
Copeland,
you,
answer the question that she asked you.
did they tell you that we had to verify everything that you said?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when they told you they had to verify what you said, you continued to talk to the police.
Because with the knowledge that I have, it's nothing to trick the police.
But if they had to verify what you said, they had to make sure that what you said was true. How could you trick the police?
Easy.
Overruled.
How could you trick the police?
Easy.
How?
I can't tell you that.
Okay. Were you aware that the things that you talked about were verified?
Sustained. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Y'all all step back to the jury room for me. Thank you.
All right, that was interesting. Now, did Woody give them excuses to bring in these evidence again? I believe so. But then again, the prosecution tried some foul tricks here
All
by
right, I don't know which.
more or
y'all
less
can just do that. I don't know
testifying.
Which
I got
person?
stand I'll go out.
You can go out. Thank you.
You say go out?
Yeah, just stick very close. Mr. Melnick, you're gonna go out there with him. All right, thank you. I don't know who voiced the objection first, but I mean the motion, who said they had a motion first, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the way I wrote down in my notes is that the prosecutor said, not a question, but a statement that the police verified inculpatory information from Mr. Copeland. That is not true, by the way. It is questionable whether anything's verified, but obviously jurors make that determination. That is testifying by the prosecution, that is bolstering by the prosecution, that is putting the prosecution's thumb on the scale of the justice, which none of this can be done. This is not the first time that the prosecutors have put themselves in as giving facts before the jury rather than just trying to obtain facts. So I am moving for a mistrial. If your honorable court denies it, I need curative instructions to strike it. And respectfully, if it happens again, it will not be the second time. It's a continuum. So I would ask the court, I know you weren't here, but to keep that in mind as we go forward as well. I'm not moving off my mistrial. I'm just anticipating. No one wants a mistrial. I didn't want a mistrial, but why say that to a witness? So I don't see any good faith in that question.
All right, thank you. Mr. Short,
I adopt everything that my motion is the same. I adopt everything that Mr. Attorney Steele said. I'll also say that in Attorney Hilton's statement that the claims of Mr. Copeland were verified by the police. It's an improper expression of belief by an advocate in front of the jury, and that is improper. And I'll also add, Your Honor, not only do I not believe it to be true, but also there has been absolutely no evidence presented that any of this has been verified.
all right,
So, thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Response? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody joins. Okay.
When I asked the question, Your Honor, what we will eventually get to with Mr. Copeland, I believe, is that he's the person who told the police initially on the
But
night
it's
of
not
the
in
murder
evidence.
about certain facts that were verified. And when I say verified, that we have corroborating evidence to support it. So Mr. Copeland, when he talked to police in June of 2015, he told the police that Mr. Williams rented the car that was used in the murder from,
Can I stop you for just a second?
yes.
It may be that some of the things were verified. It may be you have presented evidence or will present evidence that some of the things were verified. The question that you asked was, did you know that all of the things you told them were verified? So that's the issue.
Okay, and I didn't mean all, but some of the things that he told police were corroborated. Maybe my better
Don't
Oh,
think
version
you
that's
is
how you
fucked
said
up.
it.
You're done.
correct. So it was inartful, but what I was talking about is the things that he told police was corroborated by
Alright.
other evidence. And so
So do you have a response to their motion for mistrial with regard to you having said, did you know that all of the things you told the police were verified?
Your Honor, I would ask that a mistrial not be granted, but that you ask the jury to strike that question, and I can rephrase the question. Your
All
Honor.
right, you need to be more artful
Yes.
from the get-go with your questioning from here on out, understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, I propose to instruct the jury, remind the jury that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence, and also to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from their minds. Any further curative instructions proposed?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense?
The prosecution simply can't help
Talk in your
themselves.
mic if you don't mind. for
They
me.
will they will do it again. I promise you. And there will be a new curative and a new curative.
Make sure that after the court gives that instruction, we do not abandon the motions that have been joined in by everybody. So I don't have to get back up and say, that's not good enough.
No.
We don't agree to.
I'm asking you now, and I understand y'all would still prefer a mistrial.
All right, I'm
short of a
heading into
mistrial, which I'm
Wendy's for
denying
an
at
early
this
lunch.
stage.
I will keep
These
listening
are
in.
the curative instructions I'm proposing. If understanding you'd still rather have the mistrial, is there anything further curatively that you all would like to add?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I have nothing.
All right. All right, nothing from anybody else.
No, Your Honor, just the same thing. The rule is that before the next question is posed, we have to again ask for a mistrial, but you just said that that's preserved, so nothing further.
Understood. All right, thank you. All right, we're ready to get the jury back in and Mr. Copeland back on the stand. You can do that first. And y'all, one of the jurors needs to be on a quick Zoom at 12:30, so we're going to break for lunch by that time. All right, everybody can be seated. Thank you. Actually, I'm not sure they are. Almost all jurors are present and accounted for. All right, thank you. All right, y'all be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence. And I need you to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from your minds. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to this January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that once Thug and Kel had a conversation and you thought everything was squashed between you and Kel back in January of 2015?
What's your question?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Thorpe in the January 11, 2015 interview that at the Cascade Skating Ring, Kel and Thug had a conversation and you thought your beef with Kel was squashed once you left the Cascade Skating Ring?
My motive was to get the heat off of me. The only way I was gonna get it off of me, what I thought by putting on I felt he was rich and the police locked me up and do what they want to do to me because I'm broke and I can't afford to pay for a lawyer. He rich, they're not gonna bother him. So I said, I got it off me by putting it on him.
How is telling the police that the beef was squashed after a phone conversation puts anything on Thug?
Because I gotta line it up to get it off of me. So you gotta set the pattern.
Okay. Next, did you tell Detective Thorpe that on Monday, you all went to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I don't know what you're asking.
Okay. Going back to January 11th of 2015, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about going to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I told the detectives, I don't know none by their name, but everyone they talked to me, as long as they sit in front of me, y'all gonna put the blame off on everybody, anybody to convince them to get off of me.
How is going to Club?
I don't remember what I don't told the detectives. I don't have a clue what I don't told them. That's why I can't tell you exactly what I don't told them, because I can't remember what I said.
Okay. Did you go to Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed?
I probably did.
All right. And at Club Crucial, did you get into a fight with Kel?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that you got into a fight with Kel at Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas got killed?
I probably did.
Okay. And did you tell them that was after you were flashing money while you were on the stage?
I probably did. I know. I would. Detective Thorpe, his brain was the size of a squirrel brain. So you could just tell him anything, he gonna go for it.
You're right. At this time, the state's gonna ask permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-6-611, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
What that mean?
Don't worry about it. That's just for her to understand how she can ask the questions. You just continue to answer them truthfully.
Isn't it true that in this January 11, 2015 interview, that you told Detective Thorpe that at Club Crucial on that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that Kel punched you in the back of your head?
I don't recall what I told the detective.
And is it all?
Specifically.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
I don't recall what I told him specifically, however you pronounce it.
Okay. And is it also true that after Kel punched you in the back of the head, then other people came and began jumping on you as well?
They time gonna come.
That's not the question I asked you. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe during this January 11, 2000 interview that after Kel punched you in your head, that other individuals also began to jump on you as well?
I don't recall what I done told the police.
And also in that same interview, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
To get what?
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
I ain't doing no running.
Okay. And is it true that after you ran outside of the club, that you told Detective Thorpe?
I ain't doing no running, Ms. Hilt.
Okay. Well, is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I told you I'd tell him anything.
Okay.
You want the truth though, but I ain't doing no running. I'm gonna make other people run.
All right. And once you went outside of the club, you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J.
Did I do something to him?
Once you went out of the club, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you saw Bloody J outside, you asked them what was up. Like, why did they beat you up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that one of your friends ended up beating up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Okay. Then you also told Detective Thorpe that after this incident on Club Crucial, the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, you told him about a meeting that you were aware of involving an individual by the name of Mo. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with a person by the name of Mo?
I don't recall.
And that the meeting with Mo was about you and Thug. You and Thug were the topic of discussion at this meeting with this individual named Mo.
Sound like something else I make up.
Okay. And that at the time, Mo is actually in prison.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. And that the guy in prison, he's supposed to try to get you and Thug killed.
I don't know about Thug, but I'm still here, ain't it?
That's not my question. Isn't it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
Nobody gonna do nothing to me.
So do you not remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I done told Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. Also, in that same interview, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that once you found out about this meeting, you reached out to members of If Gang and asked them if they were going to kill you and Thug?
You sound copping deuces?
I'm sorry?
You sound copping deuces?
I asked you, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you heard about this meeting, about people wanting to kill you and Thug, you text people of If Gang asking them if they want to kill you and Thug?
I bet you don't got them text messages. So my answer is, you want me to tell the truth. And the truth is, when I talked to Detective Thorpe, whatever his name is, I told him anything. And I'm telling you today, it was a lie. And today, I'm telling you, I made things up.
Okay.
That is the God honest truth.
So is it your testimony today that that you were not aware of a meeting, that you were the subject, people wanted to kill you?
My answer is, I don't recall nothing. I don't told the detective. So, and I'm telling you, whatever I did tell him, I was making it up. It don't take a rocket science to figure it out.
Right. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
Huh?
Isn't it true that you also told Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
I probably did, just to try to make my story seem more convincing. I don't recall what I done told them. I don't know.
Okay. And during the course of that shooting at the Lakewood house, Thug's car got shot at.
I don't recall.
Now, did you also speak with, isn't it true that you spoke with Detective Thorpe about the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered?
So it may seem like I'm trying to help Doug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him.
Okay.
I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want.
Okay.
So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying.
All right. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered, you were actually at the studio with Thug?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. And that the studio that you were at was DJ Drama Studio?
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't know that. I don't recall.
All right. Have you ever been to DJ Drama Studio with Thug?
I don't even know who DJ Drummer is.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that on the morning of Donovan Thomas's murder, you actually went to your girlfriend's house early in the morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock a.m. after you left the studio with?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you left the studio on Friday night, the night before Donovan Thomas was murdered, you went to your girlfriend's house at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and that would be on Saturday, January 10th?
I don't know. I can't remember what I told it. I don't recall what I told that man.
Okay. And is it true that in that same interview on January 11th, that you told Detective Thorpe that you stayed at your girlfriend's house until about 7 p.m. at night, and that's when you left your girlfriend's home?
I'm single.
Back in 2015, did you have a girlfriend by the name of Deshawn Quarterman?
You have to say her name like that?
Okay. Did you have a girlfriend back in 2015?
My daughter, mama, yes.
Okay. And was she your girlfriend in 2015?
She's my daughter mama.
In 2015, was she your girlfriend?
We had a child together in 2015.
And during the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you woke up at her house, that she was not present, she was not there at the house when you woke up?
I don't remember what I told the detective.
Okay. Do you remember her being at the house the morning, when you woke up the day that Donovan Thomas was killed? Okay. And when you woke up and she wasn't home, you actually called her to find out where she was. Do you remember did you tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you also called your brother to get his car on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You say, is it true?
Yes.
Nothing I say is true.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you called your brother to get his vehicle on the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You said, did I call my brother to get his vehicle?
Yes.
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed, you got your brother's vehicle so that you could borrow his car?
Yeah, that was another lie.
Okay. So you never borrowed your brother's car?
No, that was my car.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall telling Detective Thorpe. No, I mean, like, my brother never let me drive his car.
Okay. Is it true that your brother lived in the same neighborhood as your girlfriend back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that on the same January 10th, 2015 date, you actually left your girlfriend's house and went to your brother's house to change clothes and to get his car so you can use it?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you got the car from your brother, you actually drove over to Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
And it's also true that after you drove over to Mechanicsville, or when you drove over to Mechanicsville, you went to the Green store?
I don't recall.
And is it true that when you were at the Green store, someone gave you some peroxide to put on your mouth because you had a cut on your mouth?
Huh?
Back in January 2015.
No, I'm saying, I don't recall. You don't got to re-ask this again. I don't know nothing about none of that you're talking about.
Okay. And while you were in Mechanicsville, you got a call from Little D from Mechanicsville that he was on Cleveland Avenue. Do you recall telling him?
I don't recall.
Okay. And once you got the call from Little D, you actually drove over to Cleveland Avenue and met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue.
Yep. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that when you got to the McDonald's at Cleveland Avenue, Little D got into the car with you and just told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
Detective Thorpe is a person that you can just tell anything to. And that's what I did. I do not recall what I said to that man.
Okay. Is it true that you then told?
All right. Okay, can you be a little more specific in your questioning as to which statement it is?
Sure. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't recall.
Okay. And in that same interview, when you met with Little D, he told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
I don't recall.
And you responded, really, bro?
I don't recall.
And then you asked him what happened.
I don't even know what happened.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked him what happened?
I don't recall.
And the first thing you told Little D was, damn, they gonna say that I did it, bro.
Huh?
Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11th interview that after Little D told you that Nut got killed, you said to Little D, damn, they gonna say I did it, bro.
Okay.
Okay, isn't it true you told Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
All right. And he responded to you, shit, before I know you ain't do it.
Who responded to me?
Little D, that's what Little D said to you.
He said what?
Shit, but I know you ain't do it.
That what he said?
That's what you said to Detective
Oh,
Thorpe.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Then is it true that you also told Detective Thorpe that as you were leaving the McDonald's, Moontoon called you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you don't recall Moontoon called you that night? Okay.
I don't know.
All right. And that Moontoon called you on FaceTime.
I don't recall.
And Moontoon, for the record, is MOONKTOONK. And is it true that when Moontoon called you, you told Detective Thorpe that they think that you and Moontoon killed Nut?
I don't recall.
And at that time, Detective Thorpe asked you for a number for Moontoon.
He did?
Do you remember him asking you for a phone number for Moontoon?
I don't recall. I don't remember what we talked about in the interview.
Okay. And also during that interview, you told Detective Thorpe that Moontoon actually FaceTimed you.
Told you could tell the Thorpe anything, he'll go for it.
And in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially you didn't want to come to police headquarters, but you talked to people and asked them whether or not you should come down to the police headquarters?
Can't nobody give me, I would not listen to nobody, not even you.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe? So at first I asked like, hey bro, they saying I did it. I need to go to headquarters. And he's like, nah, we need them to call you. And I told everybody I didn't have nothing to do with it. So I called, I was trying to get the best advice I can. Then the next they were like, oh, I called my girl's mama. I was talking to her before they shot her house up. Me and her was talking on the phone.
You put me here to tell the truth. The truth is I made it up. I'm gonna have to keep telling you this. So the police can't get me. Man, we got you. You put a gun out on us, man. Just give us your boy Thug. What y'all want me to say?
On January 11th, did you pull the gun out on anybody? On January 11th, 2015, did you pull the gun out on anybody?
I ain't did nothing.
Okay, so you went down to the police department on your own, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, and when you went to the police, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
I think that was the motive.
Okay, so you went down on your own to tell them about whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
Say that again?
You went to police headquarters on your own to tell them whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
It's a trick question.
No, it's not a trick question.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Back in January of 2015, the night that Nutt was murdered, you went to Atlanta Police Department, correct?
I don't recall.
And when you went down there, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nutt, correct?
You gonna lock me up?
Did you get locked up on January 11th, 2015?
I'm saying if I get my answer now.
Did you go to clear your name about killing Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
In that same interview, you were asked who dropped you off to the police department. And you told them it was Multo who dropped you off to the police department. Is that correct?
I thought you said Moonton called me.
After Multo called you, did you meet up with Multo?
I don't recall. So much happened that night. I don't know.
What do you remember happening that night, Mr. Copeland?
Shit, I don't know.
Okay.
I ain't telling myself.
All right. And back in 2015, isn't it true that Multo was driving a blue or gray Malibu vehicle?
Ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
In the same January 11th interview, did you also tell Detective Thorpe that the only person that you had beef with from If Gang was Kel?
I don't recall. What I told the detective. But you asking me for the truth. I keep telling you, I would tell detectives whatever they wanted to hear or whatever they wanted me to say to get out of my situation.
All right. Now, during this interview with the January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you talk about the gang that Kel was involved in?
I gotta tell you about something I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel was a part of 9 Deuce Inglewood ABG gang?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that that was the same gang that Bloody J was a part of?
I don't recall. I thought I was here to tell the truth.
Okay. And what's your new version? What's your truth today?
That I lied.
And that you lied about everything back in 2015?
My truth today is I lied and put the blame on others for a lot of activities. I ain't telling on myself. I ain't got nothing else to say. I don't recall.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Detective Thorpe about you at one time being cool with Bloody J or being friends with Bloody J?
I don't recall what I told detective, investigator, what deputy, whatever you want to call them.
Okay. And then you stopped being cool with Bloody J and ABG once you started hanging around Thug.
I don't hang around other people.
Okay. Isn't that true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11, 2015, that when Thug started letting me hang around him, that's when you were no longer cool?
I'm from Mechanicsville. I do what I want to do.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
I tell Detective Thorpe anything. to get him off of me. Y'all believe me so much. Why? Never mind, man. Look.
After Donovan Thomas was killed, did Deshaun's mom's house get shot up?
You said did her mom's house get shot up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about the fact that her mother's house got shot up after Donovan Thomas was killed?
I don't remember if I said it to him, but I know her mom's house did get shot up. So I don't know what I told him.
So if you told him that her house did get shot up, that would have been the truth and not a lie, correct?
Look, y'all had 50 police investigators questioning me different times. I don't remember, because I know y'all trying to trick me to get me back in jail. I don't know if it was Detective Thorpe, Gaten, Dennis, or whoever other police is here. What I don't lie and told them. But every time that they came and told me, I sat in front of them and gave them whatever I wanted to tell them. And if it was the truth, it would not take no 10 years later for them to try to go do anything about it or to go back and use it. I'm telling you today, I told you before y'all put me in this courtroom that I lied. I don't want to be here. I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not in here trying to work in nobody's favor. Y'all is not fit to put it on my conscience that I don't sat up here and lied on these boys for stuff that I don't did. Not what I did, but for stuff that I'm not fit to sit up here and lie on them. And no, I don't care. Stop asking me questions. I'm not fit to lie on them.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Copeland, listen to the question that Ms. Hilton just asked you and see if you can answer that question. Just pay attention to what she's actually asking you and answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question was, on January 11th, 2015, you told Detective Thorpe about Deshaun's mother's house being shot up, correct?
I told it to a police. I don't know which one to be specific.
And that was not a lie, correct?
Her house was been shot up.
Okay, so that wasn't a lie when you told Detective Thorpe that, correct?
I don't know if it was him I told it to.
I don't think we got a clear answer yet. Overruled.
So that wasn't a lie though, correct? If you told any police, whether you remember being Detective Thorpe or Gaither, was that a lie?
That her house was shot up?
Yes.
Man,
So was that a lie?
what you mean?
You just said
So when you finessing the police, this how you finesse the police. You take a little bit of the truth and you take the bullshit and you put it together.
Okay. So
that's how I outsmarted Detective Thorpe and Gaither and everybody else. Take this right here, because I know they didn't know this, and put it with this over here.
And during all of your interviews, did they tell you we're going to have to corroborate what you said?
And if you take all of my interviews and put them together, let's see what you come up with.
Okay. But did they tell you that? Did they tell you they were going to corroborate everything that you said?
Overruled.
Did the detectives tell you that they would have to corroborate everything that you said?
I can't tell you. Y'all have so many police talking to me. I don't know. I can't say what they done told me.
Did Gaither tell you on multiple occasions, I'm going to have to verify what you're telling me? I just can't take your word for true. I have to verify what you're telling me.
I don't know nothing about all that. I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Let me ask you this. Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither while you were locked, after you got locked up in June of 2015, calling her on her cell phone while you were in jail?
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall asking her, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be able to get out? And she kept telling you, we got to verify what you told us.
And did I get up?
I'm asking you a question. Did she tell you?
Listen,
we have to answer my question.
I'm about to. You won't let me. If I call Detective Gaither and she said she had to verify anything I said in 2015. In 2015, y'all locked me up every month. Y'all locked me up February, I got out March. Y'all locked me back up March, I got out April. Y'all locked me back up June, I didn't get out to 2019. So if she verified anything I said, there were 4 years and some change. I did 51 months in the federal prison. Nothing been verified that I said, or whatever the case is. I haven't heard anything from Detective Gateman, but it's nothing to spin the police.
So my question to you was, did Detective Gaither tell you that she had to verify what you said?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to the January 11, 2015 interview, do you recall Detective Thorpe asking you about whether or not you ever rented or owned an Infinity vehicle?
I don't recall.
And earlier you said that your brother never gave you a car or let you borrow his car. Did you remember saying that?
I bought my own car.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that your brother let you borrow his white Dodge Charger?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
And matter of fact, is that the same white Dodge Charger that members of If Gang shot at while you were on the highway back in late January of 2015?
Well, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, you told your brother to make the police report because it was his vehicle that you were driving when members of If Gang tried to shoot at you on the highway.
I don't recall.
And during the course of this January 11th interview, isn't it true that you talked to Detective Thorpe multiple times about all the incidents that occurred in the weeks leading up to Donovan Thomas getting killed?
I better have a different story every time.
Okay. Specifically, you told him a couple times about the incident at the Cascade skating ring. Isn't that true?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that's
specifically what I said. I know if you take any time I talk to the Detective Thorpe, I bet you ain't none of my stories gonna be the same.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that in January of 2015, when you first talked to the police about what happened with Donovan Thomas, you were actually trying to protect your friends and you didn't want to give them all the information back in January of 2015?
I'm just trying to protect myself.
Okay. But then
I got a family to protect.
Okay. But by June of 2015, you finally disclosed everything that you knew about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder and everything that happened leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder.
No, sir, what y'all did was y'all kept locking me up and putting me in isolation, putting me in protected custody at the Fulton County Jail, where people putting feces all on the wall, locking me in the room, keeping me in there 23 hours a day, fucking up my mental, and keep dragging me back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to make, man, listen, man,
So I ask you my question again. Isn't it true that in January of 2015, you were trying to protect your friends, so you didn't give the police a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder?
I can't, can you ask that again?
Sure. Isn't it true that in January 2015, when you first spoke to Detective Thorpe, you did not give him a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder because you were trying to protect your friends?
No, I just had enough time to protect myself by getting my story together. Like, I'm only thinking about protecting myself. Why would I try to protect some people and then wait down the line and give them up? They don't make sense to me.
Because isn't it true that in June of 2015, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you?
That's if I thought Thug was trying to kill me, I'm trying to get him.
Okay. In June of 2015, did you think Doug was trying to kill you?
That's what I told the investigators.
Isn't that true? that you
I don't
brought
recall.
Doug
I don't
trying to kill
recall.
you? Okay. And also in June of 2015, were you involved in a number of retaliatory shootings because of Donovan Thomas being killed?
Huh?
By the time we get to June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings because people thought you killed Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Calls for speculation.
Well, as to the compound question, you can try to ask it more simply. She's asked, I'm going to overrule with regard to speculation because she's asking about his own mind.
So in June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings?
Well, y'all locked me up in February. I got out March. Y'all locked me back up again March. I got out April. And then the feds came kicked in my door June. So I basically was in jail most of the time. So I don't recall being a victim of a lot of shootings.
Okay. By the time June 2015, we already talked about your girlfriend's mother's house was shot up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were shot at while driving on the highway, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You, your child, and your child's mother was shot out while you were leaving the home. Your home, correct? You also had.
I was shooting back.
We're going to get to the fact that you
Okay.
shot back.
Yeah.
You also had another shooting at another family member's house. Is that correct?
Was it?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. So by the time you speak to the police in June of 2015, you or your family were the victim of a number of different retaliatory shootings.
I guess. I don't.
And that was all as a result of people thinking that you killed Nut, correct?
Right now, Ms. Hilton, that is speculation. Okay.
Was it your belief that it was because people thought you killed Nut?
They didn't think.
When you say they didn't think, what do you mean?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, in that same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
Huh?
In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe that some of the beef that you were having with Kel is because you were not down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. We never liked it them.
Okay. I'm asking, did you tell Detective Thorpe that the reason this beef is because you were no longer down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. My neighborhood is known for killing them.
That's not my question.
I would never be part of their gang.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe or Detective Thorpe asking you, okay, so you left ABG, and your response to that question, yes, but that was in about 2013. I went to jail in 2013 or 12. I went to jail in 2012. I did a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the gang no more. I told him I wasn't in it. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
Being questioned by the police, the main goal is to be a victim. And that's what my motive, to play a victim. So if Detective Thorpe asks me any question, I'm going to play a victim. So I'm going to say whatever that come to my mind to make myself look innocent and to be a victim.
Okay. And then you also told Detective Thorpe that when you got out in 2013, you just stopped going around and you just wasn't claiming it anymore. Did you recall telling him that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You also told Detective Thorpe that once you got out of jail in 2013, you just stopped going around and that you weren't claiming it anymore.
I don't run behind nobody.
Okay.
I just
And then did
entered
you also tell
Louisiana.
Detective Thorpe?
Hey.
So now they think I'm with Thug. I'm claiming YSL.
Again, I'm talking to the Detective Thorpe. So if I did say that,
And as you said, that is about. So because you rap, I'm going to get some money, but I'm going to claim YSL.
can you say that again?
Sure. You told him. So now they think I'm with Thug. I'm claiming YSL. It's about rap, so I'm going to get some money, but I'm claiming YSL.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Now, you keep saying that you told Detective Thorpe whatever it is that you wanted to say, that you were finessing him. Correct. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, I'm not trying to go to jail. I'm not trying to do any of that. I don't want none of this. Me and Nut ain't never had a problem.
And I still ain't trying to go to jail.
Okay. So why would you be lying to Detective Thorpe if you did not want to go to jail?
Can you say that? Why would I be lying to him if I didn't want to go to jail?
Correct.
What you mean?
Like you keep saying that you were just lying. Why would you lie versus just telling him the truth?
That's how I was raised. I was raised up to lie to the police. I was at an early age, I was taught to lie to the police.
But if you're trying not to go to jail, why would you lie to the police versus telling them the truth?
You trying to trick me?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not going to confess.
Confess to what?
Nothing.
When you went in on January 11th, were you there only to talk about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know what I'll be. All I know is if you give me an opportunity to talk my way out of the situation, I'm about to talk my way up out of the situation.
During the course of your interview, were you asked about what your Instagram page was back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And back in 2015, is it true that your Instagram page was Woody372?
I don't recall. I had a lot of Instagram, so I don't know.
Okay. Is it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe that your Instagram name was?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe that because people thought you killed Nut, that you were getting a lot of threats on your social media page?
I think I was throwing people back.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were getting threats on your social media page?
I don't know. Detective Thorpe talked to me, and I can't remember what I said to him because I was making it up. And you asking me right now, and I'm telling you to your face. Can you look me in my eyes? I'm telling you to your face, I made it up.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that someone posted on your page, I'm going to die tonight, but then she deleted the comment, but you screenshotted it?
I'm still here, ain't it?
Okay. Is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
And you actually showed him the screenshot on your phone?
I told you,
What
play a victim. That's the key.
Do you recall how many people back in January 2015 that you asked whether or not you should go down and talk to the police that night of Donovan Thompson's murder?
I never take people's advice.
Okay. Do you recall, or is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Deshaun's dad about whether or not you should go down and talk to the police?
I never had Deshaun's dad number that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe That's what me and her daddy talked about. I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go down, but I told him, and he's like, nah, because they might find out what happened. You know what I'm saying? And then you ain't got nothing to do with it. So just wait until they come and talk to you. Don't go down and talk to them.
So I was raised up that if when nobody with you, they don't need to know. So I ain't on all that what you talking about. It was a lie what I told Investigator Thorpe. It's something that I came up out top. I was making it up. That's why I can't remember what I said to him. You want me to say something that I didn't say so you can put me back in jail?
Okay.
I don't recall what I said. I don't.
Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr.
Huh?
Copeland? Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Did you kill Donovan Thomas? You shaking your head? Is that a no?
No.
Okay, then. And is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe back on January 11, 2015?
What?
Is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't understand. I don't know if this is a trick question.
When you went down there, did you go down there to tell Detective Thorpe where you were the entire day and that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Melvin, can I answer that?
Yeah, you need to answer that.
I don't know how to answer that.
Do you need to talk to Mr. Melnick?
No, I don't know if it's a trick question that she asked me.
All right.
I'm not
Hang
understanding.
hang on. Let's break. We're gonna need to break in just a few minutes. Anyway, so let's break now. If you need to talk to Mr. Melnick in the interim, you can do that. And then we'll come back after lunch and you can answer that question if, depending upon what you and Mr. Melnick decide. All right, well, that is true. I will sustain that objection. So Ms. Hilton during the break formulated into something that is not a compound question.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's break until will 1:30 be enough time for everybody? All right, we'll see everybody back in your seats, ready to go at 1:30.
Okay, folks, that was the morning. And while we have been listening and watching to his testimony, I have been crossing the border between Texas and Louisiana. And I can't see your comment right now, since I really don't want to pull the phone up, which I would never do when there's a cop behind me.
Before we break
So
for
you
lunch,
better be sure I'm following every rule and regulation at the
all of
time.
us be back at 1:25, just in case y'all think of something you want to tell me, okay? See you then.
Judge.
Okay. I hope you can hear me at least, because the phone is somewhat inaccessible to me. Yeah, Woody's testimony started out, I think, as Woody planned, with a lot of I don't recall. But the more questions asked, the more he started going back to his normal, I lied all the time back then. I said anything to get out of trouble and stuff like that. Now we are having an hour and 15-minute lunch, and I'm nowhere near at the moment where I can pull over and talk to you guys face to face. I hope you can hear me at least over the sound of the road. I mean, it seems like we are headed towards right where we left off, with a lot of video, jail calls, probably is going to be played. But we also, I don't know how much Judge Whitaker will allow in, depending on Woody's answer. I simply don't know. But yeah. Oh, I sound great. I just saw that one. I can see some. Well, I really can't entertain you for over an hour. I wish I could. I could play stuff. But I'm on the phone, and so I can pull stuff up for entertainment purposes. Sorry, folks. So more or less, and I can't even redirect you guys, but you all know that Cat Not Williams is streaming, so I will be sending you over to her, and then once I get to New Orleans and is set in, I will do a recap of the afternoon session. I have about 3.5 hours left to New Orleans, but I can't check in until 4 p.m. So I need to entertain myself while I wait for my room to get access to my room. So I will simply end the stream and hope that you all go over to Cat Not Williams and tell her I said hi. Again, thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And yeah, hug your families, folks. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. All right, I'll talk to you later this afternoon once I get set up in New Orleans. All right, see ya. Bye-bye.